Possibility, can frontage road on the east side of Highway 1 between Terrace and Bayview be built by purchasing, there's one small home, but 400 or 500 square feet, that could either be moved or it could be purchased to allow the roadway to be built. Thank you.
Jerry, have you sent us those comments recently, or if you haven't, you want to send us those? Because you were quite detailed. Could you do that?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And Paulette Eisen?
Hi, good morning. No detail because I didn't know about this meeting till late last night, but I'm happy that I'm here and able to make some comments because I just looked over this strategic plan, and of course my two big subjects are not on here, which is, as we all know, Kehoe Ditch and the Pillar-Citas Bridge. So I know we are working on both projects. So as far as I know, you probably did this, first of all, before the Pillar-Citas Bridge broke down, I'm thinking, so that it's not on here. Kehoe, that I don't know why it's not on here, because as far as, I'm concerned, high priority, all over the page. So I just want to make sure that these subjects are definitely addressed in the strategic plan. As they are extremely important, especially, there's no especially, they're both especially. The Kehoe Ditch, we have already been moving forward on this. I want to make sure that it is on the strategic plan to continue moving forward, to continue to work on finding a solution as to how the city is going to prevent continued erosion happening to people's properties along Kehoe, and make sure that we are going to prevent the probability of flooding in any kind of major storm. So those things are high on my list, and of course we've just been waiting for this bridge, Pillar-Citas Bridge, to be fixed so that we can use it again and have a way through talk about circulation, have another way through biking or walking to get to, from and to the town of Half Moon Bay. All right, well, thank you very much. Those are my comments today.
Thanks, Paulette. And you did.
Thank you. I'd like to start by congratulating my colleagues who were not elected but are perhaps the most intrepid citizens I know, because they have relatively little authority, but they continuously show up to talk to you and other citizens and anyone who will listen about concerns that are real. And I just want to say thank you. My hat's off to the three of you. And one of the advantages of going last is that you don't have to reiterate things that have already been said. So I will just say true that, but also to step back, since this is a strategic conversation rather than tactical. I want to touch the Kehoe watercourse from a somewhat more strategic perspective. The tactics of getting a resolution is urgent and it is important. So nothing that I'm saying should diminish that. And of course, it's been known to you and the rest of the city since FRACA would come to city council meetings for a very long time. I realize that the city doesn't have as free a hand as it might like to craft solutions, but that doesn't make the problem any less urgent. But from a point of view of strategy, the underlying issue is the way we treat manage our drainages in Half Moon Bay is quite antiquated. Our stormwater management plan is only accessible through or at least historically has been accessible only through the pulling of teeth. And it shows a way of thinking about our waterways hasn't evolved since the mid-'70s. And of course, we know a lot more about erosion. We know a lot more about watersheds. We know a lot more about techniques for managing them that have lower cost and higher reliability. And we know the impact of well extension, channelization, and other maintenance procedures. And we know the risks associated with putting development too close to them. We know the impact of the projects on habitats. So I'm asking you to step away from the tactics as a focus on this and take a few minutes to think about how we can understand our watershed drainage requirements and manage them so that it's a resource instead of a nuisance. It can provide us with water features. It can provide us with recharged aquifers. It can provide us with beautiful park space. It can provide us with a basis for community gardens. And it's time for us to treat it as the asset that everyone else in California knows that water is. Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments?
One to your right.
Oh, good morning. Carrie Burke.
Carrie Burke. No, I don't need, thank you, George. I don't need to sit down. Good morning. Just briefly, of course, I'm very interested in the general plan and what concerted efforts we can make to ensure that we have, a very comprehensive and up-to-date general plan to basically guide our development and the protection of our resources over the next 20 to 30 years. That's a priority for me. And I think I'm also very concerned, given the fact that we have a constrained development environment, that we kind of move beyond polarization and hopefully just really understand what is doable and work together rather than fight about things that really might not come to pass. And so being realistic about our infrastructure and what is doable within 20 years could, I think, really reduce the amount of angst and help us pull together as a community. And I think it's essential that we also work very closely in Mateo County because we have so many shared interests, and it's a big endeavor, and I wish you all well. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Carrie. And thank you, gentlemen,
We have
for
more
getting up
chairs
to the
than you
lady.
guys, so have a seat.
Okay, thank you. It is my pleasure. First of all, thank you for being here and waking up really early, everybody. I appreciate that. As you know, this city has been doing these retreats on an annual basis for quite some time now. I think mostly they've been here in this facility, which is great. So I'm fortunate and feel lucky to be here today with you this year. And so I brought on some help, and I want to introduce you to Patrick O'Keefe and to Brittany Gable. That's right. Patrick has got many, many years of experience, 39 years. They're both with management partners. He's been doing some facilitation work with other agencies and has been a city manager with our neighbor in Emeryville up the road. And Brittany has also worked on many different projects with management partners. And as part of her public life, she was with the city of Oakland. I'm going to give real brief introductions because I know that everyone's anxious in us moving forward. I should have said this a little bit quicker. We will be going through the strategic plan, but I just want to remind you, and I was hoping for the community members, we still do have the CIP project list. So Kehoe Ditch is on that list. So not every CIP project will be listed on the strategic plan. The strategic plan is a little bit bigger picture. As part of that, a CIP list is on the strategic plan, and the CIP list has a list of, 20 or so projects, one of which is Kehoe Ditch. So it's not off the radar. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Pat.
So welcome, everyone. I'm glad to be here. Brittany and I are in the process of doing a 6-session facilitation for 4 cities in the Tri-Valley area in the East Bay, and also their 2 water agencies. And what they're trying to figure out is how to deal with the problem of water reliability and water supply and water storage, which is why they're spending 6 sessions doing it. So there is, I tell you that only in that I know this is a big chunk of time for you to devote to doing this today, but it's really important to do it. There's some very critical issues that I think you want to deal with. Fortunately, water supply doesn't sound like it's one of them. Hopefully yours will take less time. So let me just start by reviewing what the objectives of the day are. So we have a couple of new council members to welcome to the team, so we want to give all of the council an opportunity to incorporate you and to learn to work together. Secondly, for the council to understand communication styles between you. And then thirdly, to understand opportunities and challenges that are before you. And then fourth, to discuss the strategic plan and reaffirm the priorities that are on the plan, add if that's appropriate, drop if that's appropriate. So there's a large discussion there that will be the latter part of the day. So any comments or questions on what we're doing today? Everybody okay with that? All right. So then, some ground rules. First of all, to try and seek consensus, if that's possible. Decision-making happens in a variety of ways, as you know. Consensus is probably the best, if you can all reach a like mind about what you want to do. On the continuum of decision-making, the next kind of in the middle is compromise. You each give a little bit. And then on the other end of the decision-making spectrum is sometimes making a command decision. So all groups operate on that continuum. They go back and forth sometimes. If you don't have a lot of time, like you're in an emergency or crisis, you may have to go to the command decision-making model. If you have lots of time, it's great to build consensus. Often councils are in the middle, compromising with one another. It's important that everyone listens to each other and they listen actively. So the way to do that, in my mind, that I work with groups is that if you can repeat to yourself what someone just said before you speak, you'll begin to understand what their perspective is. If you're just teeing up what your response is while they're talking, then you're not really listening. You're just focusing on your issue. Everyone participates, so if the cell phones can be turned off. I know some people may want to take notes on laptops. Brittany's going to do that. So if you can all stay engaged, that would be great. Disagree agreeably. So that's part of treating each other with respect. Focus on issues, not the person. So no you statements. And then seek to gain understanding. Any questions about that? Any questions about the ground rules? Great. So then, thank you, Brittany. The bike rack is for if there are issues that come up today that are really important that you want to talk about that don't quite fit into today's box, we're going to stick them on the bike rack. We used to call that the parking lot, but it's not PC anymore. So it's a bike rack. And then that bike rack will become part of there's going to be a report that summarizes all of this that comes from management partners. So you're going to have a reference document that will be mailed out to you that will have the note, the essence of the notes that Brittany is recording. The bike rack issues will be part of that, and so you as a group can come back and talk about those issues later in whatever context is the most appropriate. So, for example, if a capital improvement project comes up, like one that was mentioned by the public, and you want to stick it up there, then that's something that we can deal with later. So then, communication styles. So I think that before we jump into the exercise, it's worth talking for a minute about why is it important to even think about communication styles. So you're, as a group, have, all of us are individuals, and we all have our own set of values, and we all have our own set of priorities, and we all have our different personality traits. Often, as we go through life, we can kind of self-select who we're dealing with, but you as a group of council members don't necessarily have that luxury, and so you're thrown together to make some very important decisions for the community. And you always need to find ways to work well with one another. So understanding your communication styles is critical to doing that. There isn't any one correct communication style. We all have our own styles. They're all fine. They've all worked for us. We're all at an age here where we've gotten through life fine with our communication. But I think it's worthwhile just thinking about what those different styles are, so that going forward as you're working together as a group, if there's something that's irritating you about how a point or an issue is being expressed, that you might have this as a framework that you can reference back to and say, that's how that person kind of deals with communicating. So one of the things that I really love about local government and why I never wanted to go work on different levels of government is that you have the opportunity as a group to work together cooperatively and to achieve a tremendous amount. And as Carrie expressed to you, I think quite eloquently, the citizenry of all communities has an expectation that their city council will work together and will accomplish things. And one of the frustrations I think that we all have as residents of our country is the dysfunction that we see on the federal and state level that comes around partisan politics, and which has been with us since the beginning of our country. And we keep bemoaning the fact that our government leaders aren't accomplishing anything, and oftentimes they're not. And for some people, that's a good thing. But on the local level, you have the opportunity to work together. You don't have those partisan framework to work on. There may be ideological differences that the council brings to the table, but they can be set aside if you want to do that, and you can seek a way of compromise and working together if you wish to do so. So understanding how you talk with each other is useful to do that. And hopefully what you think about and discuss today is useful not only to you in your interactions with each other, but interactions with your family, associates, citizens, and so forth. Any thoughts or questions about what I just mentioned? So let me get started. This is just an exercise then for the council. So everyone has a pen, hopefully still in front of you. And if you could spend a few minutes, take your time, and check off all of the characteristics that are on this sheet that you think apply to you.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm always saying.
All right, you guys done?
I don't know bad or good. Don't lose us, Pat.
Food is too much for me to compete with. Food and coffee, I can't.
I don't think it's possible, but I was wondering if there was any way we could avoid sitting the way we're sitting. You know, I can't see the audience, all I can see is you, which is great, you're cute. But
I'm also cute.
is there any way to do it so that it felt more inclusive?
We thought a lot about this setup, and this was the best that we could do.
Okay.
So we don't have anyone behind you. You can look to your sides for your residents and your staff. I apologize that. Okay, so next sheet. You'll notice that there were color codings on your characteristics. So now take your characteristics that you checked and stick them in one of these style boxes.
We can stick them in.
In other words, where you have the X in the column here, if there's a characteristics like persuasive that was on your thing, put the X here.
Got it, thank you. So remarkably really well balanced.
And I apologize for how this copied, but the purple says direct and the blue says considerate.
You're not?
Good to know.
I'm not systematic.
Lisa's got that.
Yeah.
So what does this say about what are we doing here? Oh, this is the organ. So this is the main clarification. Exactly. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, all set? All right, so the next question is what style is most predominant for you, so it's where you have the most check marks in that particular box. And Brittany's going to write your name up there. And if you kind of split in between them fairly equally, or tell us as you're expressing that, we'll kind of put your name edging towards the borderline if that's appropriate. So Debbie, why don't we start with you?
To tell you where I ended up?
Yeah,
Okay.
what box you in?
Systematic and considerate, but also direct.
So what one did you have the most in?
I think systematic.
Systematic, okay. But a little bit towards direct
Considerate.
and considerate.
Considerate and systematic are pretty equal.
Okay. Okay. All right, that's a perfect way of answering it. Okay, so.
Myself, John, as spirited and considerate.
All right, so mostly spirited.
And I straddle the border of direct and spirited.
Okay, but you're mostly direct?
Equal amounts on both.
Ah, equal, okay.
Wait, hold on.
That was Marina. Okay, Deborah?
I'm mostly considerate. I'm not at all systematic. And I'm split on direct and spirited,
Okay,
but mostly considerate.
and split on
Spirited and direct are the same.
spirit and direct. Same. All right.
So I joked about being evenly distributed, but ironically, it is. So I did get one more for considerate, and I would say I'm falling to considerate, edging toward direct.
Okay.
That explains everything.
Well, you're all in different boxes, so let's talk about that. Rick, you started off with that. Keep going with that.
I think it's really clear. We need to be, it goes back to your ground rules for this meeting should be the ground rules for our council, which is to seek to understand, because we all are going to communicate in a different way. And we need to try to seek the other person's perspective for your perspective. That's especially true given this dynamic of being, and I'll split around.
Yeah, good observation, Deborah.
I don't know what to say about it. I'm just wondering why everybody's taking notes on it.
Well, so
It makes me a little nervous. I would like to be direct, spirited, and systematic, but unfortunately, I'm considerate. I mean, that's the truth. I'm a little bit nonplussed at that. I don't want to just be considerate.
well, let me just digress for a second here and say, people, depending on the circumstance, you may be operating at different places, right? It's like that continuum of communication that I talked about. You may, as a group, be operating at different places on a continuum. So this is just something to think about how you're. Why don't you want to be considerate?
Considerate is one of those weak words. It's a weak word, and
Okay.
as a newcomer on the council, I'm already at sort of a disadvantage. So I want to be more, I don't know, powerful.
Take charge.
Okay, good candor, and we're going to come back and talk about that. That's an excellent remark. That's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that. Okay.
I think this is interesting, and it's one of the reasons why I really had hoped we would do this, because I sensed we had such different styles, and And don't feel bad. I mean, you were a doctor.
I haven't been.
You were a doctor.
It's in her DNA.
So, and I think you do have that predominant style that you unconsciously act, and when we're in different situations, we all might be different parts of that, so.
Yeah, yeah,
But it's good to hear this, so we know how to communicate with each other.
yeah.
I also think that now that I know this, when people think I'm being a huge jerk, I'll remind them that I'm very considerate. But that's considerate.
It says right here.
Yeah, I think, I've been giving this a lot of thought lately about my life as an elected official. I don't think a lot of people wake up every morning and consider their city as a role of, as an elected official. And I think you have to be spirited to do that, where you really are waking up. It's unfortunate, I don't know if it's a sickness or what, but you're really thinking about the community. And you should be really thinking about yourself or your business or your family or whatever. So I think when you're in an elected position, you have to have the spirit to do it, number one. And I think then the rest builds into it. Systematically, I kind of believe that the professionals are the ones that are helping guide me in the system, because that's their profession. They don't wake up in the morning and think about planting beets, So I think the communication styles are direct. I don't know. I don't think most of us are really direct. But there's something I have down later on that I want to bring up as a council member to figure out a way to break down communication styles a little bit.
Okay.
I need help on that later.
Oh, great, yeah, hang on to it. Don't lose it. So, do you plant beets in the morning?
Pardon me?
Do you plant beets?
I should be this morning because I rained this weekend, but yeah, it just, but I think all of us being elected, you are trying to do that spirited motion to engage your city every day. It's not a part-time job in your mind. It's a full-time job to be aware and to take the good and the abuse.
Yeah.
Too.
Yeah. The public doesn't appreciate how many hours you're putting into this. Even when if you don't have to be on the dais to be putting in hours as a council member, you're thinking about it all the time. Debbie?
Well, I think I actually have two sets of styles. Naturally, I was always the class clown, and I think my personal style outside of work and other professional things I do is more direct and spirited. But over time, because my job requires a lot of collaboration with a lot of different groups, I've become more, considerate and systematic in a professional setting in order to get, my work done. So I kind of toggle. I'm a toggler. And that's not to say that I don't mix them up, when I'm meeting one-on-one with somebody, in a professional setting. But yeah, I consider it systematic as more my professional mode, but I'm, a comedian outside. So, Jekyll and Hyde,
So for myself, I come out in the considerate box. I've got elements of the others. Brittany, I don't know if you gave any thought to this as you were doing it.
Oh dear, I'm probably in the considerate box as well.
So another interesting aspect of this that's kind of related, it's really about personality types, is extroversion versus introversion. And I'm in the midst of a book right now. I'm working part-time as the assistant city manager for South San Francisco. That's part of what I do for management partners, is I do interim assignments as well as these facilitations. So I'm listening to books on my way across the bridge back and forth. I'm listening to this great book called Quiet, The Power of Introverts in a World That Can't Stop Talking. And if you're interested in that theme of how we as a society value extroverts and introverts. It's a fascinating book to read or to listen to.
It's a great book.
Yeah. And one of the things that came out to me as I was doing this exercise for myself is that these two styles tend to be extroverted styles, and these two styles tend to be introverted styles. And as a society, we often play down the importance of introverts. We're very extrovert oriented. But what this book talks about is the fact that before the Industrial Revolution, when we were in an agricultural, agrarian-based society, it was actually the other way around. The characteristics that were most respected were more introverted characteristics, the solid, thoughtful, farmer and family, the painting of the farmer husband and wife who kind of typifies that.
American Gothic.
Yeah, American Gothic. And then it wasn't until the Industrial Revolution and the advent of corporations that we became very sales-oriented, product-oriented, and that extroversion became such an important part of our society, and that became a skill level or a set of skills that were somehow valued more highly than introverted skills. And the book talks about how the fact that the Harvard Business School is entirely focused around and based on extroverted and team-oriented and group-oriented ways of thinking and exercise in order to groom our graduates to become CEOs of our modern-day corporations. Fortunately for us introverts, I count myself as one, there is an extremely important place in our society for introversion, and scientists is the one that comes most to mind. There's a great example in the book that's cited, which is Apple. So everyone, when you think about Apple, thinks about Steve Jobs, right? Because he was the extrovert. He was the guy who was out there in front selling. But Apple didn't really start on Steve Jobs, it started on Steve Wozniak. Now the two of them together made Apple happen. You couldn't have had Apple without Steve Jobs, but you couldn't have had it without Steve Wozniak either. Wozniak was the one who invented the computer, and it was Jobs who was able to attract the financing, create the marketing. He did the same thing with Pixar, which was one of the corporations that was in Emeryville while I was there. The talent of Pixar is in John Lasseter. Steve Jobs was able to connect Pixar to Walt Disney in order to distribute the Pixar films. So that was his mastery. So there isn't any wrong or right about things. They're just different personality types or different communication skills. And it's just worthwhile keeping that in mind as you're interacting with each other. So one.
Can I make a big comment on that?
Yeah.
So I noticed as we discussed the 4 categories, there's a tendency, and we also discussed introversion and extroversion. There's a tendency to place a value on that. Oh, it's better to be spirited, or it's better to be considerate. I don't want to be considerate. It's better to be direct. And in my experience, that's perhaps an incorrect way to think about this. It's that if you are introverted, it's really sort of where your energy comes from, because internally driven, versus extroverted, where your energy, you get it from the group, from others.
Exactly.
And you are equally capable of success regardless of your category. Similarly with communication style, it's just a communication style. It is not a judgment on either you as a person or your ability to communicate. It is merely your style. And I think that's important because I'm fully spirited, John, but I'm direct as hell. So it's just a matter of, I think, of how we communicate, and in knowing how we communicate and how others communicate will help us interact better. That's my take on it.
Great comment. So then going back to your comment about, I don't want to be.
Yeah, I'm always, I I'm self-reflective, I'm an introvert, right? I'm always thinking about my behavior, I'm always thinking about myself, my ideas, other people, how I'm perceived. There's, I'm just constantly reflecting that. I can't turn that off. So it makes me considerate because I can see when I need to be kind and gracious or whatever to other people. But at the same time, I think as a member of the elected council, I need to develop some skills that I don't have right now. And, how do I go about keeping my spiritedness, which I like in me, keeping my being direct without being offensive, because I've got this bridge to gap. And so that's sort of what I'm thinking. And so when I say I don't want to be just considerate, what I'm really saying is I want to develop some other skills.
Great way of restating it. Excellent, yeah. So as an introvert, over the years, being in a public profession and especially being in a leadership role, first as department head and then as city manager, I've had to learn those skills of being more direct and being more out there, although I'm an introverted person, so it is something you can develop. One of the things that I liked about the book is that she talks about our personalities as being rubber bands. We're essentially at rest, we're in one place here, but we construct ourselves to adopt other styles as necessary. And then at the end of the day, when we're tired, we come back to our set that we operate on. And how we recharge is really an indication of it. I think Ricky really hit it on the head. Some people, extroverted people, need to be around other people and to be talking and communicating all the time as their way of recharging. And introverts are the opposite. They need to be away from people in order to recharge. So there was another thing that I just thought was, that just popped out at me as I was doing this for myself. Under direct, there was a statement, doesn't stop to say hello. And that hit me for a couple reasons. I wasn't sure how it was direct, first of all, but secondly, I just wanted to share the story with you. I had a finance director who worked for me who was having some difficulty, some morale problems with his department. And so I was hearing about it when I was the manager, and so I decided to talk with him, not as part of his evaluation, but just in response to some comments that I was hearing from his staff. And one of the things that they felt that he was aloof and that he wasn't engaged with them, and that statement popped out. He walks by in the morning and he doesn't even say hello. So I asked him specifically, and he was from a mindset and a culture that you don't just bluster your way into the office in the morning. If people are working hard, you respect their time and their concentration and you don't interrupt them. He said, oh, I was trying to be considerate and not interrupt them. So how you communicate with each other depends often on kind of what assumptions you make about what people are doing when they're communicating with you, which is another reason to think about these different styles. So the next exercise is 2 questions. If you could take a minute to just reflect on this and respond to it. So the first question is, when I communicate to others, I like to. And so there's some statements that you can write down. You can use some of these if that's helpful to you, or it doesn't have to be. You can use any words that you want to. But things that you like to do as you're communicating with people. And the other statement is, when others communicate with me, I like them to. So it's characteristics that you like to have others express ways of communicating with you that you're most responsive of. And if I can further complicate it just a little bit for you, If you can do this in terms of two kind of subsets for each question. One is for council members, and the other is council staff communications. Okay, so it's really important that your staff and you are thinking about your communications as a team, because there's a lot going on with that.
Thank you.
Just housekeeping, there's a restroom right around the corner.
What are the two categories again for each one?
So between council members and then between council and staff. set? Rick, let's start with your end this time, look across. So, starting with the first question, when I communicate, I like to.
So you want to work with the council, I worded it in terms of, in an official meeting, if we were interacting over coffee or in a subcommittee or hanging out would be different, but in an official capacity, when I communicate, I like to state my point of view first and then substantiate it. Basically starting with the conclusion and the answer and then backing it up, which ironically is not considered as more direct, but that's sort of my business style.
And then when you're not in that context, if you're in friends, around friends, is it different? How is it different?
Yeah, it's definitely different. It's more, always start with establishing common ground, social, more of a casual dynamic. But if it's if we're at the dais and we're doing the city's business, then it's business first.
Can you grab both of those thoughts, Brittany? Because I want to come back to that other one too. I think it's good that you made that distinction.
I didn't get the personal one. Could you?
Yeah, so when it's more personal interaction, it's more casual, conversational, even social,
Yeah.
probably more fun.
Okay. Deborah?
When I communicate, I like to explain my position, get a response to what I say, and feel at ease.
Feel at ease. Okay.
Hold on.
All right. So we're still on council communications. Sabrina?
When I communicate, I like to first state, I will state exactly what it is I want to talk about and set the stage and then go into the points. And I prefer people do that with me. I recognize some people like to say hello, talk about the weather and go all into that, but I prefer to know what the subject is and go on through it and really not beat around the bush.
Okay.
So state it. I like agendas. I like what are we going to do, and you go through everything in a professional setting.
Okay. Got it, Brittany? All right, still on council. John?
Yeah, I think when I communicate, first, I think as an elected official, you have to be sincere and honest. But also, you have to try to balance what's best in your statements for not only the elected position, but what's best for the community. So balance is really important when you're communicating, because we all have our personal opinions on whatever issue we're dealing with. And how do I balance that out and be sincere about it and honest?
Okay. Balance and sincerity. All right, good. Kevin? On council?
Yeah, I like to be attentive, both to, other council members and what's going on, and also attentive and on point to the issue. But I also like, to be engaged and make eye contact, friendly.
Engaged. Eye contact. Friendly. All right, so now let's go back to you, Rick, and let's talk about same first question. When I communicate with staff, I like to.
So this is always different. It's not sitting at the dais, so I always will interact and socialize a bit first and just establish that we're working together and we're in it together and as a common ground. And that's how I typically start.
Great. Brittany, we're in it together is it?
Working together,
important?
common ground.
We're in it together is it important? Okay, Deborah?
Mine's the same
As,
as with the council.
as with the council,
Yeah.
so it's a ditto. So that was an explained position, get a response, feel at ease. Okay?
And I would say the same as well, if I'm going to meet with the staff, what are we talking about? How many items do we have? You have 3 different issues, okay. What's first, what's second, what's third, yeah.
Okay,
So very, very similar.
all right. John?
Well, I think when you, number one, when you visit with staff, government's very complicated. And, you know, I think you have to respect their opinions on this complicated municipality of how do you run a city government. And I think, so you have to kind of respect their viewpoints. Personally, I don't like it at that level to get too technical. I think it's, as I said earlier, complicated, so it has to be kind of generalized on what the subject is we're talking about, and then get down to more details when you're in a public forum.
So, not too technical, I think, so I just want to digress for a minute and talk about that for a second. We can come back to it later as a group and talk about that. So there's always this tension between staff and electeds about detail. And so the ideal is supposed to be that the electeds or policymakers, they set the overall direction for the community. Staff's supposed to take that direction and implement it. So staff is supposed to be in the weeds and working through those details, and the council's supposed to be on that broader level. It's really hard for an elected official to be on that level. It's human nature to jump to the details because they're easier to kind of get your mind around and grasp. And so that's always something that you have to continually work on with your staff relations and with each other, frankly, is how far you're diving into the details with each other over a particular issue, with staff. And it kind of comes back to communication styles because for those of us who have some systematic in us, we probably tend to want to go into details.
Mm-hmm.
So you're nodding with that.
Yeah, well, I'm an analyst by profession, but I'm also a grants and project developer where I work with a lot of people, so that's where the targeting comes in.
Yeah.
General to detail, back again.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
difficult.
Okay, Debbie, you.
I want to be respectful of their time and their expertise and knowledge, and non-demanding, more inquiring and curious and seeking information, but not in a demanding way, and friendly yet professional. Ability to let the guard down a little bit and have a real conversation about something, some give and take, but non-demanding and respectful.
All right, let me just throw a curve at you here, starting with you, Rick.
Come on.
All right, should we start in the middle?
No.
Any differences with how to answer this question with your constituents?
Is this question with constituents?
Yeah, and how you communicate with,
Oh.
when I communicate, I like to with my constituents.
It's much more like I interact with staff. Because with council, it's business first, and we have a job to do, and take it seriously. And then with constituents, it's more social, but my emphasis will switch from the staff, my emphasis is on getting something done. I'm all about traction all the time, gotta have traction, traction, traction. And so Deborah will learn that about me, I'll overuse that word ad nauseum. Because if we don't have traction, then Rick's not happy, because we gotta be moving somewhere. If we're sitting still, it's not right. And so with staff, it's about making sure we have traction, and then, but with constituents, it's really making sure that I hear them, and they understand that I hear them, and acknowledging that. So I need to play back what they're saying, make sure that they know from me the most current information I have about what they're going to talk about, and then also that I'm acknowledging what they're saying so they feel like they've been heard.
So have you, Brittany, do you have the word traction down?
Well, I put it in the staff section.
And do you have the phrase play back what they're
But
saying?
what they're saying, what they're communicating.
And was that for constituents?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So play back what they're saying. So, play back what they're saying is the most important thing that you can do for communication and for team building, to pull yourselves together as a group. Now, I touched on it before, but since Rick brought it up, I just want to emphasize it again. If you can start off a response to someone saying something to you by paraphrasing what they said, it could be as direct as "I heard you say," or you can say, in more general terms, kind of repeat some of the words that they just said to you. It does two things. It does what you said, Rick. It gives them the feeling that you have heard them. Even if you go on in your sentence to say, "but I disagree for the following reasons," they're going to come away from that conversation feeling a lot better that at least you heard them and that they know they connected with you. And then secondly, it gives you the opportunity to start to understand their perspective. So the minute either you catch yourself in a debate kind of role where you're just teeing up your answer and you're getting ready to attack us, the second they stop talking, you're going to press your point. You're not understanding. And if you want to work as a team together and with your group of 5 and also with your staff, you have to have that mutual understanding. Now, there are some councils that don't want to work together and they're split, and often they're dysfunctional as a result of that, but there's some people who come to the council with that kind of perspective as, it's my way or the highway, and that's it, and so you have to kind of deal with that and cope with it. But if, as a group, you have an opportunity at this level of government to accomplish a lot, if you can understand each other. Deborah, any difference in how you communicate with residents?
I almost don't know how to answer the question. Of course, there's a difference because I'm dealing with, when I'm with council and staff, the issues relate to the running of city government. When I deal with constituents, so many of them have been my patients. Most of them have become my friends. It's a very personal one-on-one, ask about their family because I know their family, or it feels very, I feel very at ease in it because I've done it as a practicing physician for so long and developed a certain style, I guess, although it doesn't feel like a style. So I'm having a little trouble answering your question, I guess.
Yeah, no, I think that was a great answer. So you said at ease again, and that came up previously. So if, in terms of your communicating with other council members or the staff or residents, what would make you feel at ease?
Well, with constituents, I'm at ease.
Just naturally?
I just am naturally at ease. I know them. With staff, I feel at ease because I don't feel that I'm going to be discussing something that is going to result in a decision where I have to take a stand or do the background work on it in order to have the discussion, or, so the staff feels more like my constituency.
Yeah, okay, and you're
And
in
the
a-
council is slightly different, because with the council, I've got to step up to the plate more. I feel that I have to step up to the plate more, and that I have to do my homework and know what I'm talking about. And being new, that's a huge issue for me. And one that I'm, obviously working on. So I don't know quite how to answer that question except that way, except to say, John, I've heard about John for years, and I haven't known him personally for years. And I have all of this respect and admiration for him. And he's going to have a position, and it's going to be founded on so much information. And I'm going to try to take a position, and I needed to be backed up by information, by my own research, my own thinking on it, and yet come to it as an individual as opposed to, listening to what somebody else says and agreeing with, what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. So, so a small digression here also.
Yeah.
As I was having a conversation, I'm doing something similar for the city of San Leandro, and so I was having a conversation with one of the veteran council members, and they have 3 new council members who have come on, and so the veteran was telling me how she was assisting the new council members. They had this big controversial hearing. There were tons of people there. They were mad. They had placards. The police was worried about the council's safety. It was kind of really intense. And so she was coaching the new council members on what they needed to do to get through that, and how to behave, and how they should appear, and so forth. She wasn't the mayor. She was just a veteran council member. So I complimented her on her leadership, because you don't actually have to be an official leader that have the mayor moniker in order to be a leader in your team. Any service that you can provide to someone else to help them, it's called service leadership, is much appreciated. And so Deborah will need that from the rest of you. Rena, any differences with constituents?
Yeah, I would say patience and listening. I think it takes a lot for someone in the public, outside of the few people who contact us all the time. It takes a lot for someone to write a letter to you,
Yeah.
to stop and talk to you.
Yeah.
So they're very serious. So I don't go in with a preconceived notion. If they've reached out to you, it's important to them, especially if it's a voice you've never heard or a new issue. That's important. And I say the difference is because if I'm talking to staff, I'm respecting their time. They have a lot to do. And so, like I said, what are the bullet items? What do you need? What are you telling me? Where I wouldn't dare do that to someone in the public, because if they've invited me to their home and they wanted me to meet, they want to tell me something. So they may want to say, how are you? And talk about some of the other things, and I'll encourage that to get a little more settled. So, especially if I don't know them. So I'm much more patient and much more listening to find out what their issue is. So I dial up those skills more than I would if I'm speaking to someone in staff that I already know and know that's busy. And it's like, okay, what do you need? What do you need from me? Okay.
So what you're dialing up is patience, listening,
Yes.
outreach.
Yeah.
So another digression on that point, also same council member I was talking to in San Leandro had this group of people. She didn't agree with the group, had the same reaction that you did. Here's group of someone's who came, and that's totally out of the ordinary. And most people, as long as they're not falling into potholes and somebody comes when they dial 911, they don't think about local government, right? So when they take the time to actually engage you, even if you don't agree with them, that's a fantastic opportunity for you to then not only listen to them, even if you don't agree with them, but they may be a future leader in your community. You may end up wanting to put them on a commission.
No, I agree. I would say there's so much going on. People are so busy in their lives. We pay so much attention to this. You know, we can be fanatical and like to know lots of things, but if it's not a pothole in front of their house, most of the time we don't hear from everyone. So the point that they've actually reached out to you is a big deal.
Yeah. John, communication with residents?
Yeah, I think as my wife always said, it's always good to be a listener, but you better hear what you're listening to. You know, and I think sometimes we don't want to hear what we're listening to. And I think as, from constituents' perspective, you're only limited to what you can really get accomplished for them. You know, everyone wants a stop sign or everyone wants one. And I've actually saved it on my phone very briefly. Had a very grouchy individual constituent just giving me hell about something on my phone. And I called him and said, hey, look, you know what? I don't have the answer, but I'll refer it to professional staff. And I saved it on my phone. He left a message and said, you know what? I got the answer I wanted, thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah, and so I can play it to you really, because I wouldn't delete it. I played it to all his relatives. He goes, you gotta be kidding me, this guy called you back. But, so I think there's only so much, you're only limited. And probably part of the constituent thing too, which is always that big elephant in the room, or 200-pound gorilla or whatever, is something that we should discuss later on, is in an election period, there's always opposition to your candidate or whatever candidate's elected. So how do you break that communications down? You know, how do you reach across supposedly the aisle of Congress? But that's a tough one. And especially in smaller communities, you got a history. Every day you're walking downtown and you're seeing a person that might be opposed to you or supportive of you, where on a county level or state level or national level, you're dealing with lobbyists, you know, so, and they all want your time. But local government is very challenging when it comes to constituents, I believe.
Yeah.
So you're limited to what you can get accomplished with an individual constituent, but you have to respond and listen to.
So Brittany, hear what you're listening to. Did you capture those?
Yep,
those stuff?
responsive and be clear with limitations.
Yeah. So the number of issues to deal with at the local level, of course, are a lot less than they are at the national level. You know, I have international concerns and problems to deal with. It's pretty focused. And so when people are running for council, they're often searching for issues to be different, set themselves apart in order to attract. Sometimes that gets personal. And then once you hit that level, as you say, John, it becomes really hard to put people back together again. But I think you have one of your residents here today advocating for that. And especially in a smaller town where people all know each other, then it gets really personal. It's hard to kind of set aside the campaign rhetoric. But that's clearly, you know, I mean, you see it on every race. You know, the victor always says, well, we need to pull together again. I mean, but it's really true. You do, and you do need to set aside that campaign stuff and have a little bit of thick skin about it and start working with each other again. Debbie, communications with residents?
Yeah, I actually really, like this part of the job. I really enjoyed, going door to door during the campaign and getting to meet different people, because there's a lot of different people here, a lot of different talents. Everybody has, something to offer. Yeah. And so I enjoy getting to know people and hearing their issues. And I agree with Marina that when somebody does approach you, it's pretty unusual, and I try to be super responsive, email back, return all my emails, return all my phone calls, meet personally if we can, and spend a lot of time listening, trying to not take things personally. I think I've gotten, pretty good at that, stick to stick to the issues, but not just to be a receptacle, but to engage actively with the person, like, so what's your solution to the problem, or do you have any ideas for solutions, or, trying to end up with some sort of, action item if we can, how to resolve it. But a lot of it is listening, it's patience, it's being genuinely and sincerely curious about, people and their issues and enjoying the job. So a lot of it is openness, curiosity, patience, but, having an interest in solving, the problems and trying to set up a two-way relationship with the person instead of just being, subject to a blunt force.
Yeah.
But, I really like that part of the job. And maybe establishing, friendly relations with them too, so that you meet them someplace else.
Right. So that's a really important point that you touched on, is that if you've just run for election, you've been out there door to door and talking with people, and you're hearing things, I think it's really important for those who have just gone through that process to share with the rest of the council, and in particular staff who doesn't have the time to get out as much as you may, and particularly if your staff doesn't live in the community, it's really important for you to convey what you've been hearing on the campaign trail, so that people have the organization has a sense of what's important to the community. Because oftentimes, without elections and emails that come in, we don't know what people are thinking.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So, yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say one more thing about the constituency. One of the things that I pledged to do to myself, my own personal goal, was to try to stop the vitriol in our community, because in any small community, people set up camps, and in our community there are camps. There are people that use the word hate when they describe people in the other camp. And so twice I've had the opportunity since being elected of getting people from opposite camps who use that word hate to actually sit down together. Now, nothing has happened because of that. They, when I followed up and said, how did that talk go? The response was, well, I heard what he said. I heard what he said. He heard what I said. And that's a first step, but I think that I would love to see our city, our council, our staff, whoever, get much more involved in dispensing with that hatred, working to get rid of that hatred in an active way. I'm not sure how to go about doing that except what I've done, but to me that's critical. I don't want to bring hatred anywhere, and there is so much of it. There is so much of it.
I think that's where language becomes really important, and being careful of the words that we use, and maybe being more cautious, not our normal ebullient, spirited, direct selves, but more careful about how we present issues and speak to each other. When I had people say, boy, I used to hate you, and I don't have that feeling toward people. I don't use those sorts of words, and I think if we can find another way to talk to each other, with respect and caring. I know that sounds, probably kind of sappy, but I think if you're not using the right words, you're setting up problems. It's like throwing a stone into a pond and all the ripples are going out, and who knows where they're going to end up and what damage they're going to do. So I find it's important to be careful about the language that we use.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Critical piece of communicating with each other as residents between each other. Other thoughts from other council members about whatever is brought up?
But I think that's a good point, and definitely, just coming off the campaign, it's probably been the biggest part that it gets exposed, and it somewhat dies down a little bit. But I think the problem that everyone runs into is you shoot the messenger, because you've identified that person with a specific issue, and so then nobody hears what they're saying, or even like you mentioned, oh, I heard you, but people perhaps still have that, they're in that camp, they represent that, so do you really hear it, or is it the issue? I think it should be more about what that issue is. And oftentimes, it's very easy to see people default to making it personal, is the issue. So go back to more respectful language. I think is key.
And I, again, thinking about this a lot with the newly elected council, how do we let go of the history? How do we let go of whatever this person's belief was or the other person's belief? And how do we gain that trust back from the history of whatever decisions were made in the past? That's a tough one for people to understand, because it's easy to blame, and how do we break that down? And I think part of the communications world has changed naturally with the internet and the discussion people can have of not being honest or truthful, and can say whatever they want in our society. That's a tough one, And so I think we have to break that history down and regain, probably is the word, of trust, of working together.
So have you gotten let go of the history word, Bruce? That is so critical to moving forward and beyond. I mean, you have to let go of some of the past decisions, and I totally agree with you about the internet. It's this really wonderful tool, but people use it as a way of throwing bombs at each other because they can be anonymous and they're not face to face. And so I think what you have done, Deborah, is really critical. You got to put people together face to face to talk with each other. They may not end up agreeing with each other, but if they can at least respect each other, then they can disagree in a way that's productive for the community, rather than having that personal bitterness that can be so divisive. Were you there as part of that, or did you just put
No,
together?
I asked them to ask each of them separately to meet the other person. They agreed, and then I followed up with each of the 4 people and said, how did the meeting go?
Yeah.
That's all, just to be polite, follow up. I didn't want details, and I didn't ask for any, I just...
Yeah. So that right there, great leadership. No one's ever going to see it or know about it and compliment you on it. But that's exactly what good community leaders do, is to pull people together like that, to weave the fabric.
One of the issues with the council getting together and letting go of history is that we all have these issues that we care about so much, and yet there's the Brown Act.
Mm-hmm.
And I always feel like that's something that's going to stop me from being able to communicate freely, openly, warmly, however I want to communicate with someone else on the council. And that,
It's a huge impediment.
it's a huge
It really
impediment.
is. Yeah, I totally agree with you. I mean, the only way that you can do it is on the dais in a more formal setting, or do sessions like this in an informal setting so that you're not in violation of the Brown Act. But I totally agree with you. It's just something you have to work around. You can talk to each other one-on-one, but that doesn't, always help. But if there's a particularly bitter conflict between 2 council members, they can at least talk to each other and be okay under the Brown Act and start to work on their relationship. Rick, did you have any things to add?
No, my standard visceral reaction to the Brown Act. Every time, how many times did you hit reply all to an email and very frustrating.
That's why you have 2 attorneys in the room.
All right, so let's start with you, Debbie, on the second question. When others communicate with me...
Could I ask for a bathroom break?
Absolutely. Let's take 5 minutes.
Okay.
All the women stand up first.
Thank you.
Yes. And grab something to eat, too.
And where is that, Deb?
It's right to the
It's inside. You don't have to go
Right, you
outside.
go first because you mentioned
Take
it.
number.
Staff's been very patient.
Hi, Joe.
Yeah, because my window. See, this is small office here.
John Callan. Hi, how are you? It's a new morning.
Although I have the real window.
Sam's always easy.
Yeah, you do.
You'll see it.
No, I do. There's,
In the vehicle, there's
Not yours individually, but it's in the glove box.
I believe the instructions are
I
very.
just want to say hello.
Oh, hi, how you doing, John Callan?
Great.
Yeah, right, well, I got a little late.
I'm going to sign next to Yeah, I'm looking for
I don't know if she check her out card.
Yeah.
No, I asked Paul about the casino.
Yes.
Click on it.
That's
So I
great.
went back to
That's
that.
great. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to
And then
it.
I said, yeah, call Chevron and they canceled it. Because we did.
We're in the capital.
So Luella checked out a card for me, but that would be because then they can have.
Yeah, let's put it in the glove.
Yeah, gas, and the other incidental,
Yes.
was for the trip Thursday morning. And not, actually most,
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to
so we
it.
decided I don't have to be into one.
I don't know much about Sacramento, I've been there once. I was going to say it.
Doing better or something?
Yeah, we stay at the Highlands.
You actually try to cross my cap.
Free Tuesdays and free,
Oh,
so
my
it's
God.
been great, it's food wise.
Why didn't you take it?
Every 2 weeks, so we guys are we in line for the
Talk to them during break.
So they're gonna instruct you for the
Yeah.
So my participation.
Yeah.
Okay. Sometimes things.
It's just, you know, we just don't want to do something.
So you're seeing it starting on?
I would just like to work something out. Our idea
The reason why I say it's difficult to choose on it is that it's
and have some
very beneficial.
Yeah.
Are you gonna start filling up all that?
It's fine to like make it constantly.
Anyways, we have great kids yesterday.
Oh, cool. Did they go out on the track?
They flew around and they got sick yesterday on.
Round. Sorry. I said everything.
I saw you.
Not purposely.
Isn't the Saturdays gonna be interesting? People don't have to worry about that. Gavin and that, when I heard that Gavin was like,
There you go.
then, you know, half an hour later. Oh, yeah, you hear. Were made. So Carolyn said, okay, so she's like.
And I got an interview.
Yeah. Sherry Brown? Yeah. I could see them were running for president. Well, they say no, but you never know with Sherry Brown, right? I mean,
Well, then there's the They didn't find a spot.
yeah, yeah.
All back.
Right, don't know, LA as much as, you know, they don't know Gavin. Right, California, and that wine.
I was wondering about whether the each other. Because they said she'd Northern California, so there's not the balance of the
Yeah, but you really knew, I was like, oh, yes, right.
She didn't even wait till 8 o'clock.
You didn't know.
Okay.
And there's another email from her now on my phone.
Oh, is there? She had that one misstep with San Francisco and that, it was like, okay, I think she's very smart, I think she's, you know, dynamic.
And I know, I believe that.
Yes.
The last few times.
Who knows when time
So we're all for
sides accepted that.
all these nice words.
things like that.
And I said, we come into
One thing that might be helpful, is when we go into discuss opportunities and challenges, what tends to happen in this kind of session is people phrase our very properly.
We're lucky here.
Just,
I think that's very good.
I read that.
And so it might be a practice conversation with maybe just the
You know, to me, it's.
and I can also. And we've done our own.
And how was she read? She was already on the campaign. My son and I were making her. And all of a sudden. They're having a my son and I walk out of there close behind her. Picture of her Literally nobody shared his picture. I mean, it was that was the most thing.
Crack you up over here when you
Really short shorts on. Tear it down.
So this is two water districts, actually, there's the, it's called Zone 7, the Rivers and Under Cities. And then the other one is the dam, the reasonable dam, there's another, it's a collection of like 3 cities.
I've been on the regional water quality show.
Because everyone tells us something
Opposite extreme farming sense.
All right, don't lose us.
What's up with his goal saying?
Okay.
Radio leader.
All right, everybody ready to go?
Yes.
I know.
Right.
Pretty crazy. Would you recommend it?
No, I said I wasn't going to because depending it could come back to us. Yeah, yeah.
Doesn't do enough for size. Boy, those monkeys like that.
All right, you ready? I'm ready, Patrick. Ready, let's go. Get traction?
Yeah.
Let's get some traction.
We're talking food. Hard food.
They have gluten-free baked goods. And that's just what's
They're really nice.
So,
And it's open.
So when we were going through the process of the last contraction in memory bill during the recession, when we were chopping the budget, I mentioned about what can be more basic than food. I likened the process of prioritization to Maslow's hierarchy. Right? Cutting the things at the top that were the most fun, so that you could find the thing at the bottom, which is your security needs, right? Your police department. All right, so let's start. Question 2. When others communicate with me, I like them too, and this is on between the council members. Let's start with Debbie this time.
Well, I think the same thing.
Same?
I'd like them to communicate with me the way I communicate with them. Attentive, responsive, respectful of my position, really listening kind of thing.
Okay, attentive, responsive, listening.
Open.
That's a good word.
Yeah, I like that. Open, responsive. Those are 2 good words for me.
Open is a good word. All right. John?
Yeah, and excuse me for choking on the muffin here, but I think how do we continue to build trust with each other's viewpoints?
Okay. Rena?
I think, just being respectful and listening.
Okay, respectful, listening. Deborah?
Listen to my response, be concise, clear, and transparent, and most important, be relaxed. And I don't know quite how to put that other than that, I'm hoping that when others communicate with me, they will understand that I don't have any hidden agenda, that I want the transparency, and I'm going to be transparent.
Very key word and concept is transparency. And then part of that is, as a listener to someone who disagrees with your point of view, is you have to be really careful not to make assumptions about what they're saying to you, that they are being transparent with you. If you assume otherwise, you get into some dangerous interpretations of what you're hearing. Rick?
So when other council members communicate with me, I want them to acknowledge and illustrate that they understand my point of view, regardless of whether they agree with me. And I want traction to be established quickly to find some common ground.
Okay, and then as far as illustrating for you that they've heard you, anything that,
Something other than, I hear what you're saying. So either playing it back, well, if we agree, it's very easy. If we don't agree, to have them articulate from, if I was sitting in your shoes, I could understand that perspective. I see that that's important to some people, I feel otherwise. Something to acknowledge that they understand from the point of view. The thing that's most frustrating is somebody is proposing you on a topic, but doesn't understand your view on that topic, then it's really, you're at a dead end, because you really can't find the common ground, you really stuck.
Perfect. So you said, I hear what you're saying, and then so how many times have we been in a conversation where someone says, I hear what you're saying, because they know they're supposed to say that, right?
I hear what you're saying means I'm blowing you off.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but. So a key way of finding that common understanding is to say, and, be additive. That's how you start to build together as a team in your communication, is that if you're layering on top of one another, rather than in opposition to one another, that's critical elements of communication. All right, so same questions. Let's start with you, Rick, and work back the other way, except with staff now. So when others communicate with me, when staff communicates with me, I like them to.
collaborate and work in synchronization. It's sort of that same working together thing. So I like to see that working together, and that they understand the direction we're going in, and then we're sort of collaborating to move in that direction.
Okay, so collaboration, synchronization, all right, Deborah?
I didn't distinguish between the two. I
Okay.
know. So ditto.
All right, ditto. Marina?
I would say the same, listen and be respectful, which they are, but be responsive to whatever questions or additional information.
And are there elements of being responsive that come to mind? How would you know if they are?
That we've set a mutually agreed upon, whether it's time or whether the issue, that there is an acknowledgement and there's an action after that.
Okay, so a specific action and then also within a certain time frame?
Yes. And yeah, that's how I would call responsive.
Yeah. That's a real critical one. I think Debbie, you brought it up too. A lot of cities adopt a policy of, whether it's their council members or their staff, they get back to their constituents within a day or 2 days, depending on how busy they are. Even if you get back to them and you just say, I can't answer it right now, but I've got it and I'm working on it. Real critical. Right, John?
And I think, we're all very fortunate to have, the professionalism you have in staff. And I think it's difficult for staff, I would imagine it's difficult for staff to know that their careers really rely on the majority of the boards or councils or whatever. So that's got to be a very difficult career position to be in, knowing that if a majority changes of one direction or another, your job is in jeopardy. So I think the communication is very important that staff always works with. But personally, I like to have the current issues discussed briefly, but I always like to know what is the unexpected issues facing us in the future.
Good. Yeah.
The anticipation of the professionals.
Yeah.
What's out there that's gonna kick us in the butt?
Yeah. So
Or
no
a comment
surprises.
that we make that could kick us in the butt.
Yeah, well, that's good. Debbie?
I can't really add much to what John and Marina said. I think, the ability to anticipate, thoughtful, responsive, but also I want them to feel, confident and comfortable as well. But, to understand our roles and relationships. And I'm very much in favor of lots of communication as opposed to less communication. So people should feel free to communicate and do so in a way that doesn't, threaten the role of the city manager or undermine the city manager, but for everybody to feel like they can communicate and that there's a premium placed on more communication rather than less. And with the public as well.
So let's explore that just a little bit. What ways are staff communicating with you now? Just throw up a list there. So there are obviously staff reports or agenda items.
I think there's a uniqueness, and maybe to the detriment, that in small communities that a lot of us live right here near City Hall, that we drop in.
Yeah.
And that might be a comfort or an uncomfort zone for our city staff, because we do have to be careful because we are passing that building many a times a day. And so we do have a tendency to drop in, some of us. And, so that's kind of a communication situation there.
Yeah.
But it could be disruptive too,
Yeah.
when they're having a staff meeting or they're trying to get something done. And we come in and ask, hey, what's it look like down the road or whatever. So I think that's,
So mutual respect.
of their time.
Yeah.
And we all want to know what's going on because we think we're entitled to know what's going on.
Sure.
And one last thing, if I may, just a little bit here. I always, whenever I have the opportunity to speak to groups or future leaders or whatever, I tell them the hardest part about local government is what I can't tell you. And I think that's a real important issue that we are looking at, whether it's litigation or personnel issues or whatever, what I can't share with you presently or even in the future, because it's not my privilege to do that. So people don't understand that. You know, you want to jump up and say, God dang it, if you only knew what was going on.
Right.
But I can't tell you.
Yeah. So,
So I think that's a tough part of this communication process.
It is. It leads to some distrust too. Rita?
A variety of ways, like through email or a phone call, or if I know I'm going to be not available for a while, I might say, let them know I'm not going to be available, and if it's really important, text me. So I think, you know, a variety of ways depending upon the situation is good for me. I know that we had asked of the sheriffs if there was something that was more than a car accident, if there was something very devastating, like if there was a car accident that was a death, let us know that's happening, or if there was a fire in a home. One, because that's a higher level than the regular stuff that goes on, and we may have questions, and two, because we are a small community, that could be someone we know. So, you know, we have accidents that happen a lot, but some of them, not to say we don't care about other people, but if it's, you know, a death or something, just even that brief, there's been a fatality on the highway at this time, more information pending.
Right. So having some periodic communications from staff around critical issues.
Around real
as they
higher
come
level
up.
of critical issues, and I know the sheriff has that onto the city manager.
Right.
That type of thing that we should be aware of.
Right.
Or pertaining to someone, some pedestrian being hit by a car. That's not something, thank God, happens all the time, but if it does, the impact of that being a child or someone you know. And a lot of people will ask questions about that. So just being aware that it happened.
Deborah, any thoughts on this? I know it's hard for you as a new, can answer it in terms of how you would like staff to communicate with you.
Yeah, I don't care too much as long as they communicate. I mean, I don't have a real, I don't know what the question would be to me right now. I live a block away from City Hall, so I am prone to dropping in, as John is. And I like that. I enjoy that. If staff doesn't like that, I haven't picked up on that. And maybe I should be picking up on that because I have done a lot of that. So I would need them to tell me, stop dropping in, or, you know, do it some other way, email, don't, you know.
Yeah.
So I don't quite know how to answer the question.
Now's your chance, guys.
Siobhan's got the window, so we can see if she said
Okay. So, mechanisms of communication. So if it's a formal topic, obviously, there's a meeting or a conference call or something like that. I think there's tremendous value in management by walking around. And just check, if you know somebody is, there's an issue with a computer server, the person responsible for IT, I can say, hey, how's that going? Did we get that fixed? Oh, good to know. But more so if I'm just walking through, and I just don't have the time to walk through City Hall as I used to, so I have to make myself go over it a little bit more. But oh, hey Rick, good to see you. I'll have an update on that thing, and here's one other little bit of information. And that's super valuable because we're really, as the council, a conduit to the community. So when we bump into that person in the community that had an issue, you say, oh, hey, I have a little update for you, and then they have the latest information. So it's important that we're informed. But those kinds of things happen, I think, through casual communication, and that walking around and checking in with people, how are you doing, what's going on today, all that, even though it's casual conversation, it's usually very beneficial and very valuable. And I have a comment about mechanisms of communication, particularly because we just had an election. I can only imagine that among our staff, there's a lot of anxiety because there's newness. And I think because of that, it's even more important that we visit City Hall when we have the opportunity and we get to know our staff, even casually on a personal level. So, oh, Alex's baby's gonna have a 1-year birthday coming up, and that's true. And it's important that I know that. That's important to Alex. Alex is on our staff, that's one example. We get elected, and we have this overbearing part-time job, right? But our overbearing part-time jobs affects the lives of our staff, and I think it's really important that we understand them and that we communicate with them, and that they know that we take this seriously, and that will be comfort. That some of that anxiety will go away, and I think that's really important to do.
Yeah.
I'd like to just add one word, value.
Yeah.
I think Rick's making a good point, but I think the value of the professional staff is just is the most important thing. And whether we agree with them all the time or not.
Right.
Yeah. There's a huge value. And consistency.
Key
Remember
points.
that word, consistency. Not changing every 2 years, I guess is the word I'm trying to think of. Continuity, consistency.
So
You know, I always say city managers and staff are a dime a dozen, unfortunately, in the world of government out there. With all respect to them, they're in, they're out, they're in, they're out, they move, and that's part of.
I could not disagree more.
Good. I hope you're right.
So John, you used the word entitlement, and entitled, council members are entitled to have that information, and you are entitled to walk around and drop in. I mean, that's what you were elected to do, right? When things go bad and wrong, who are the constituents going to be mad at? They're going to be mad at you. Here's the trick for staff, though. Particularly if you have a council or a community that's divided over issues, staff has to make sure that everybody has the same information. So anytime that you are having those kinds of exchanges with staff, the city manager needs to know about it and needs to know then to figure out, make a decision. Well, if Deborah now has that information from having talked to the public works director, do I need to get that same information out to all of councilors? Otherwise, John may hear that Deborah knows something about this such and such project that he didn't know about, and he calls up Magda and says, what the heck's going on? I didn't know about that. What are you doing? So that's a key element of communication you need to help staff with, is to make sure that you're all you all have access equally.
That was rule number 6.
Yeah.
And just, I appreciate, and I know Deborah's does that too, when a council member has a question to the city manager, they copy the mayor, and that's a nice communication to keep, so I appreciate that you do that. I know the others have done that.
Yeah.
And just sharing any information with each other, whether it's, and I know we can't distribute it, but it will go through the city manager,
Right,
through
yeah.
that. Or if there's a question in particular that has been sent out and staff has found that information, then these questions have been raised and then it's sent to all of us, so we have that. So that's always helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't hit reply all on your.
No, we get a message from Tony when we do that.
So, any thoughts about how you want your constituents to communicate with you? Just random. We won't go up and down the line. Just that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm gonna start I'm gonna revitalize my Deborah Penrose for City Council website to say Deborah Penrose City Council. And then I'm gonna have a coffee clutch Monday mornings at a local coffee shop. And also invite them to email me at my Half Bay City email.
Okay, so you're gonna
Through
create
my
that
website.
mechanism for it, yeah,
Yeah.
all right. Others, thoughts?
I get feedback probably the most from sitting in a coffee shop, not any scheduled time, but sitting for hours, and it may be I'm meeting with someone and other people join me, hey, by the way, and it's Safeway. That's, I spend at least an hour safely going to get bread and milk. As I go up and down, that's probably, where I get, the most informal, and as a person, hey, what about this? And again, it goes back to, they may not have wanted to call or send that message, but when they see you. So I'm out and about frequently, and I found that's been a good way to get feedback from people.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but if I'm just sitting outside of Moonside,
Yeah.
for an hour or two, it ends up being a couple of hours, because different people will drop by.
Yeah, so that's when it's tough to be an introverted council member, because you could starve, try staying away from the grocery store if you don't want that compliment. Any other thoughts on that issue, how you want your residents to communicate with you?
Well, more of it.
They
More-
see you and they stop by the pumpkin farm, that's right.
Yeah, I mean, there's times when I'm working along the highway, on the property that you can't get anything done, because people stop,
Yeah.
and I always threaten to have an extra hoe there to just keep hoeing with me to talk.
John, if you had a community, that's good idea. If you had some community farm tools there, say, okay, let's talk, but, do some weed.
We've got some beats to get in
I
there.
think the other important thing with this community, and again, I'm thinking a lot about it, is just amazing how much giving of the nonprofits are involved. And we do go to a lot of fundraisers,
Yeah.
or a lot of events.
Yeah.
And you do hear from your constituents at all these nonprofit events. I mean, every time there's 4 people together, there's a new one organized, but
Yeah.
it's a pretty engaged community of giving and sharing,
Yeah.
and no matter what you do, so.
So, yeah.
Yeah, so regarding communication with constituents, so there are some folks in our community that are always going to share with you, and they're very enthusiastic to communicate with you, and good luck avoiding it. But it's, my bigger concern is are parts of our community who are either don't know how to communicate with the city, or are uncomfortable to communicate with the city, or don't understand the avenue to use to do that. I think it's incumbent upon us to, like Deborah Penrose suggested, it's incumbent upon us to find new avenues to engage with our community, not just the same 12 people, because they're going to come to every council meeting all the time. It's what about the thousands of people who never speak up? Either they're frustrated about something, or they just don't know how, or they feel more even don't feel like they feel represented. So I think at an election cycle is the good time for us to think about as a council what other things we can do, other avenues we can create to foster more communication.
Great point, Deborah.
Yeah, with regard to that, I don't know if this is a good time to bring it up, but I would love to see us do 2 things with our constituents. One is explain to our constituency what a city council meeting is, because I didn't know what it was when I was running for city council. I had no idea of the restrictions that the current council was under while I was running to discuss issues with the public. I didn't understand it. I didn't know the Brown Act, I didn't know the legalities, I didn't know the Roberts rules, and how all of that prevented the council from just having a great discussion with the community whenever a community member came to the podium.
Or public comment.
Public comment at times, but my point is, the public does not understand the way it's run. And I think it's incumbent on us to explain to the public what a city council meeting is, how we are restricted, and ask them to comply with the rules and regulations are involved in the council meeting. That's one point. My second point is, I'd love to see us start maybe quarterly community meetings as opposed to city council meetings, and how that works and what the council wants to do about that, I don't know, but my own personal idea would be to go to different neighborhoods, to take ourselves out to the Arletta Park neighborhood and have an open forum, or more of an open forum, and I don't know, given the laws and regulations, how we exactly do that, but give the public, the people that don't come to our regular meetings, a chance to speak.
You bet. Yeah, that's a great idea, and a good time to do that is around the budget. If you're adopting a new operating budget or a capital improvement budget, and you just want to get the word out there to people about what it is that you're funding and what your funding constraints are and so forth. Most people are intensely interested in the finances of the city, so that's a way of doing it. Another way that, you had mentioned a coffee clutch. What some cities do, if they have a farmer's market, they'll have a table there for the council and various council members, if they can make it work that morning. They'll just be there to talk with people. It's great to have
We talked about doing that, but we didn't want to do it during the election. But I think that was something that, and we could like sign up some dates and then arrange for staff to be there on that day. Yeah, so we can answer all kinds of questions. That's a great one.
No, it's good you didn't do it during the election.
Yeah.
Overcomplicated it. All right, any other thoughts on residents communicating with you? All right, so then the last thing on this styles, there was a column that was hidden for a while, and that is the trouble spots with these types of communication styles. So now, as you're looking at this, these things don't correspond one-to-one. So for example, decisive doesn't correspond to poor listener, all right? So these trouble spots are just a list of things to be aware of. If you're in that particular communication style box, just be aware of these trouble spots. So if you're a direct person, just be careful about listening well, being patient with people, heeding advice, don't argue with people, try not to compete with people, take people's feelings into account. Notice that I'm translating all these things into positives instead of negatives. And take detail into account. Spirited, hear details, try and meet your deadlines, try and manage your time efficiently, try not to exaggerate, try to be more specific, respond well to criticism, appreciate details. So the interplay between people who are in the spirited box and the systematic box is really important, because around this issue of details, and you're going to run into this a lot as a council about, going back to what I said about being on the policy level versus the details. And so there are some people who want to be in the details and others who don't. That don't want to spend the time on it. They want to gain traction instead and move. So you just have to kind of be aware that you have different personality types and different communication styles around how you deal with details. So inconsiderate, trouble spots, avoiding conflict, giving in easily, keeps opinions to self, overemphasizes feelings, prefer what is comfortable, allows own needs to linger, tell others what they want to hear. So this one is critical for us introverts in the world. So here we are, we're listening to people, and we're accommodating their needs, and we're trying to act like a team, and someone says to us, oh, you give in too easily. Right? So we need to be careful not to put those kinds of labels those softer qualities. And then systematic, can focus too much on details. This is one that you got to be careful as a council about. Fear personal disclosure, can be terse, uses a little variety in vocal tones. Accuracy of headed feelings, tends to be impersonal, delays decision making, which is it a classic council member downfall? I need more information. So a lot of councils do this, council members do this. They actually have all the information they need, but they're just struggling with a really tough dilemma and making a decision. And so that's the easy way to do it, is you kick it back to staff and you say, we need some more information. So if you're wondering sometimes why your staff isn't getting everything done that you want, it may be sometimes it comes back to that trait of asking for more info, when in fact maybe you just need some more time to think about the information that you have. So that's an important one to think about. Thoughts about these?
Well, if you ask my wife, I give in too easily.
All right. Guys did good. That was a long
Because that
session.
works well in your household. You gotta keep the peace somewhere.
How much she wants to get something done.
Yes, dear.
She wants to fight, and I'm like, oh, the hell with it. Anyway.
All right. So that was the end of that section of what we're doing. John, you said you had something around. Did you want to bring it
No,
up?
I was able to share that earlier about the
Okay.
history and the trust.
Okay.
In all our documents we read over the years, that there's not a lot about trust, and how do we trust each other in our communications, you know.
Such a critical word. So if you want to know that, if you're interested in, obviously I'm interested in this stuff, you guys might not care about it at all, but if you're interested, so Steve Covey has written different various books. The most recent one I think he wrote is called The Speed of Trust. Worthwhile reading, or maybe having some excerpts put together for you. It talks about how when you don't have trust as an organization, you cannot make decisions very quickly at all, because you're suspecting each other's motives and you're working around behind the back of the scenes to gather up support and different information. Whereas if you trust each other, you can make decisions like that. That's very important for city councils. He wrote it more in a business context, but it's even more critical in the public sector. If you can build trust with each other, then you're going to make decisions a lot easier, and you'll grind to a halt when you don't have it. All right, so that ends the end of that segment. We were supposed to take a break at this point, but you already did. So do you want to take a break, or do you want to forge on?
Keep going.
Move on? Yep. All right, so the next section is about successes, opportunities, and challenges. And so I'd like to have the staff be part of this as well. But the way in which I'd like to do this is to have the council first put out your ideas, and then I'm going to go to staff around the room. So let's start with successes. So in the last year, or if you want to expand that out to 2 years, what successes have you, would you like to put up there that you think the council has done, or the community has done, or it could be you individually, but what would you like to celebrate?
Since it was probably the most impactful, stressful, and really, impactful decision, is being able to pay off the Beechwood debt 20 years earlier.
That was awesome.
And then as another item, I say restructuring City Hall operations.
Yeah.
I'd like to add 2 words to that.
Hold on. You said, what was it, something that?
Yeah.
Restructuring City Hall operations.
You don't need to describe the debt, you know what it is.
Okay, I thought she used to.
It's the name of a property.
Okay. And then-
And I'd like to add 2 words to what Marina said. Not bankrupt.
Yeah.
That is the greatest thing in the last 50 years of the city.
That was huge to work through that, guys. Others? Deborah? You haven't been on the council, but
Yeah.
just things that you've seen as a resident that you like to think, boy, that's great the city did that.
Yeah, I would have to agree with these,
Okay, others who want to
what's
add?
been said already. It's just phenomenal what's been accomplished.
Okay,
And I don't really have other,
all right. Who else has
It
a
is.
share here?
I would say the recent success is sharing over $1 million back into community projects, which I don't think have ever done in my recent memory, where we were able to give back to the community on specific projects.
So what kinds of projects, just some examples?
Well, street paving,
Uh-huh.
some environmental reviews of different parklands, and there was a whole list. Put me on the spot, help me out.
No, that's okay. So
But I
some of
think-
the capital improvement?
Yes.
Yeah,
capital
okay.
improvement.
Okay.
Oh, Boys and Girls Club.
Yeah.
We spent 20 years trying to build a Boys and Girls Club, and the city turned over the community center for a youth activity center. And that was,
Great, great.
to be able to be in a position to do that.
Yeah.
starting to get involved in the Hispanic community. Rick has a group that meets on a regular basis. And I think, I feel very strongly that 32% of our population which does not come vote and participate, hopefully through efforts like Rick's, we'll be able to get more involvement.
That's a great one. Is there a name for that group?
Huffman Bay Latino Advisory Council.
Advisory, okay, Latino Advisory Council, all right. Debbie?
Completion of the new senior housing facility
Ah.
and the new senior center.
Okay, those
And
were
then all
one
the
project or two different projects?
Well, the housing and it's the coastside adult day.
Coastside Adult Day Center
Right.
and
Two different
the
projects.
housing project, yeah.
So there's an overarching thing that happened that I'll just point it out. There has been all of the so we haven't done major projects in the city for years. And all of the major projects the last 4 or 5 years have happened as a result of collaboration. It's the city and Mid-Penn and the county, the city and the school district, the city and the Boys and Girls Club. None of our projects would have gotten done independently. And as a result of those collaborations, we're doing what I think is super important for have a warm, welcoming community for the people who live here. We're able to do community serving projects like for the first time, we're building a new skate park for the kids. We are renovating McAdoo Park on Main Street for the community. We are very close to moving forward with a new library. And all of these things, none of them would have got traction without more than one organization being involved.
Great, so that's worth putting as a separate accomplishment in itself is collaboration. And particularly these days more, when our resources are so scarce, and it's the only way that we can make things happen is to join up with others.
And the other huge success, huge epic success, is my first accomplishment on council, which is the Welcome to Half Moon Bay sign in '92. It only took me 4 years to get that sign. I thought it would take like a weekend. And I was so wrong. So frustratingly wrong.
In that vein, the success of finally getting traction on replacing the Pilarcitos Creek Bridge.
How do you spell that?
Pilarcitos.
Oh my gosh, can you spell it slower?
Pilarcitos.
All right, so
And the
Reconstruct.
collaboration with the state parks and also coastal conservancy, so another successful collaboration.
Yeah, yeah.
I think a huge success is the next to none lawsuits, very limited amount of litigation from the past 20 years. That has to be a huge success. That means things are getting done properly.
Exactly, and that you lose a lot of resources to legal conflict. Yeah. Others?
We own Smithfield, and that too ties into several things. It was a collaboration. The city gave up land, and we made a three-way swap with the county, Post, and the city. So the county gave Post some open space land, Post had owned Smithfield, and we gave the land so the senior housing could be built.
Great.
So it was like a great partnership for everyone,
Another collaboration, that's great.
for those important three things to happen.
Others?
You know, I think one that is overlooked constantly, and people are not even aware, and I'll bet you council member Enrose isn't even aware of it, but the gift of the Glen Creek property from the family that gave the city of Half Moon Bay a parcel of land that would just never have happened without the collaboration of that family and the council.
Great.
Where they literally gave us, I believe, 9 acres, right, Tony?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's around 11.
11 acres that has no deed restriction on it, don't build a firehouse, don't build whatever. It's a gift to the city of Half Moon Bay that we negotiated with the family.
Oh, that's great.
Yes.
So that was Glen, what was the second word?
Glen Creek,
The
Creek.
property.
one
No
word,
K.
Glen Creek.
Got it.
No
Okay.
K, just Glen Creek.
Oh, one word.
And it was potential litigation possibly.
That was a big one then.
Rebranding, rebranding the city.
Rebranding.
We during the downturn, we did some branding work and some promotion work. We developed a new logo for marketing to tourism, because we're a tourist-based economy here. And
Got a jacket.
Mhm, yeah. Little bit.
Oh, recycled water,
Ah,
getting that thing going.
Mhm.
That was a big one.
so what was that? A little more detail on that.
Somebody else can probably speak better than I can to it.
I can speak to that. I'm on the
Yeah.
city authority, so, so there was a long stall, we reinitiated a recycled water project, and it had been dormant for over 10 years. And we didn't complete the project, but we just agreed to principles to restart that project. We got a little bit of traction.
In that vein, we had a lot of sustainability things come to light. We initiated a styrofoam ban and worked with the county to encourage them
Plastic bags.
with the other cities, plastic bag ban.
Great.
And we got a savings. If we did it on our own, it would have cost us $200,000, and rallying the other cities together to have the county do the study, so we all went in together, saved us. And it helps with the public not being confused going over the border to another city.
Right.
So those are huge things, as well as I think we've increased our recycling through Pumpkin Festival. With a lot of people coming in the past few years, they've changed the way they collect waste, and that's been a huge issue. There's hundreds of thousands of pounds that are diverted from the landfill now.
Yeah, that's great. So that's another collaboration. Any others that you think of?
Trails, we've increased walking and pedestrian trails all along. It's an ongoing project, but we did a couple of miles more too, and that was to remove people from walking on the highway with their baby strollers or walking. It's just a little bit safer
Yeah,
for
that's a
people.
good
A
one.
lot more to do, but we've had a good start. And being able to save $4 million toward building a library, that's huge.
I think a very important one would be the success of our contract with the sheriff's office and our crime statistics are attributed to many things, but we're pretty fortunate, I believe, when it comes to protective services with our sheriff's office.
Okay, that's another collaboration. Yeah.
The traffic signal at Poplar Street and Highway 1.
Is that
A
effective?
bit personal there.
Yes, yes, I'm on the other end of it.
Well, I can tell you, I use it off of Main Street instead of going out to South End. I go to Poplar now and get on the highway.
But that took 10
Yeah.
years.
Yeah.
That took 10 years.
So before I go to staff, how are you feeling about that?
I want to live here.
How's it feel to put those up there?
Well, I think, it's great, but I think it's very difficult as an elected official to promote your successes.
Yeah.
It's hard because people want the negatives of the things you've goofed up.
Yeah.
And, we want to get up and talk about our successes all the time. And it's kind of self-perpetuating, So it's a challenge, personally.
Well, I think one of the biggest problems you have as an elected official is that you're under constant attack. You're constantly being asked at the grocery store to solve problems. And there's just not enough recognition given to you for what you've accomplished and what you've done and all the hours that you're putting into this for, you're getting some minor amount of compensation, I know, but it's basically for free. You're volunteering a heck of a lot of time to do this. And you should celebrate your successes. Institutionalize it in some fashion and have a periodic celebration of them. Because it feels good to just stop for a second. Human nature is that we love problems and we love to problem solve. It's just in our DNA. But periodically we just need to stop and say, wow, look what we did.
It's unfortunate that the public comment first left. They brought up all the things we haven't done.
Exactly.
Here, guys. We got one guy still here, so hopefully he'll realize it.
One thing we have missing is emergency preparedness. We are so much more prepared, both as a city with our partnership, but we've had opportunities when some emergencies have happened, putting the city together with our operations center. So staff knows what to do and to be prepared, and even the latest storm that we had gave an opportunity for an exercise on how do we manage that situation. Because that is a controlled situation, but everyone has their role. So that's, we are light years away from where we were with that. And even with tsunami preparedness, taking advantage of those things. And during Pumpkin Festival, when they've done exercises like that, that's a great time because fortunately we haven't had anything happen, but when you have a couple 100,000 people in an area at one time, if something did happen, the city is much more prepared with our partner agencies in how to handle that.
Oh, that's a critical one too. And in the press of daily business, it's really hard to make time to do your emergency operations preparations, but you really need to do it because when it hits, you're in trouble if you haven't. So staff, anything that you want to add to the
Before we go to
council
staff,
list?
I'll segue to staff. And as I look at this, I'm like, what are we missing? What are we missing? And the really obvious one is that through the economic downturn, we have some of the most dedicated and talented staff. And I think that's a huge success for our city because we could not have weathered that storm without them. And we're in a stronger position than we are today because of them. So we have really terrific staff. I'm really pleased with that.
Much appreciated to hear that.
Segue delivery.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, any others that you want to add to the success list that aren't up there?
The city paid off their PERS side fund early.
Oh, that's a big
$1.3
one.
million.
That's a big one.
That's big.
The public has no understanding of that, but it's a huge impact on your budget. That's a big one. What others?
Ask Jerry Brown, because they don't know what the devil to do with theirs.
Well, maybe we don't build a train.
Or they just ignore it.
Others?
I would think the development of a CIP, it really kind of helped put all the projects, raise them to the level of awareness for the council and for the community, and for us to implement those projects in kind of a systematic way, instead of just responding to whoever complains loudest.
Yeah, exactly. That's always a tussle for staff. Others?
I think the investment into our sewer, basically our sewer system, we have 35 miles of pipeline that haven't had any work done to them in a long time. So we're doing spot repairs, looking at our lift stations, doing manhole relinings, just overall work in our sewer system to do preventative work, making that investment there. Other item is that over the last year and a half, the city has grown, at least with in-house employees. We have the addition of 7 full-time employees. That's big for this city from where it was just a year and a half ago. So that really helps out a lot. One of the items is talking about John's, just the $1 million investment going back into community projects. One of the big ones was the dog park, getting new fencing up there and reestablishing that. That was big as well. I want to,
Digitizing city records.
We did, yay.
We're not there yet totally, but we made a lot of progress on it.
That's huge too. That's a lot of time saved. Absolutely.
Did somebody say street improvements or street?
Let's get down
We,
there.
we basically, through Measure J and council direction, completed about 23 miles of streets in the last 3 years.
Wow.
And would have taken the city with its previous level of allocation, would have taken maybe 10 years or so, almost 7 to 10 years.
That's great.
So they were able to do that in 3 years.
And got an award,
And got an award.
All right. What was the award?
an MTC award,
Fantastic.
Most improved streets.
Right.
Mhm.
All right. So your pavement index has got to be pretty good now.
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah. I see. That cuts down on the Safeway pothole conversation.
Yes, except if you're the street that hasn't been paved yet.
There's one street that's quite horrible. Others from staff.
The council adopted an economic development action plan, and one of the big items in there was to increase midweek business, and that was a collaboration with the chamber. They positioned some Measure J funding for that, and in return, it's already brought back $300,000 to the city, just from accountable midweek business and stays for conferences and business people in the week.
That's big. So another collaboration. So has that historically been the case with the chamber? Have you guys worked well with the chamber? Or is that fairly recently that you're establishing that
Long relationship, I think.
It's been ongoing. We were able to fund a lot more. They've been our visitors bureau arm.
Yeah.
And they've developed a lot of BIDs with the hotels. So they've collaborated within their group, and we've supported that. So that's helped our local business owners and kept people employed.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I think they can be very helpful to the city. It's a good partnership. There are some cities that are at war with their chambers. Other staff? And city manager gets to chime in here too, city attorney.
I hate to do this because I know I'm going to jinx myself.
Let someone else
Practice gone down.
We did a lot of work. We did a lot of work with gang activity in the last few years, and before that I was here, and kind of coming with a multiple-pronged approach. Came with aggressive enforcement, but we backed it up with a youth summit, adding another community policing deputy, working with the Pillars group and the Coyote Society, and and then in collaboration with the Boys and Girls Club, and everything kind of coming together. It really seems like our gang activity's been down, at least in the last 6 months or so.
That's great. So you rattled off about 3 different programs there. There was
Youth Summit.
We work
Youth
really close.
Summit?
Yeah, the Youth Summit, we work really close with the gang task force.
Gang Task Force.
And make sure that we're bringing them over to do compliance checks and so forth.
That was something Pasitas?
The Pillars group, it's a continuation school, but inside that we have a group called the Coyote Society, which is a mentoring group that's coming out of there and working in the middle school, and Cooney Middle School, and it's been outstanding. The last I heard, I think there was 10 people being mentored, and 9 out of the 10, all the GPAs went up. So And the Coyote Society also worked on our youth summit, and they were kind of a last minute addition because something fell through, and it was incredible just the way the junior high kids looked up to these kids. They were only a few years ahead of them, but were able to bring their experiences of high school and the things that they did wrong, and they could make different decisions, so.
That's very powerful.
And I'm gonna get a text, we just had a gang shooting or something like that.
Well, at least you didn't say crime went down. Every police chief, smart police chief, never takes credit for when crime goes down.
I think
Right?
another.
So that when it goes back up.
And the lieutenant might mention is our homeless population. There is work being done to have opportunities for them to move into permanent shelter.
Great.
And
That's
I
good.
believe we just had an article in the paper last week where we do have a reduction. We've placed 6 or 7 in a permanent residence.
Great.
There was the implementation of a hot team, a homeless outreach team. And it's really effective. It's a great tool for us too, because it gives law enforcement another avenue when they are starting to have issues with a certain homeless person, rather than just continue to take them over the hill to jail and bring them back. At least we can pinpoint them and have a caseworker, start to try to get them services, if nothing else.
Now, is that a county collaboration also?
It's a county, but it's only in certain areas. It was brought over to the coast specifically.
Others by staff?
And I think the general plan updates up to date. I've worked in a lot of cities and with a lot of general plans, and it's always a very spirited conversation. But I think the work that we've done up until now, what it's allowed us to do is do comprehensive planning. Over the last 20 years, there are certain plans and initiatives and efforts that have kind of proceeded and move forward. This is an opportunity for the community to really look at everything. Okay, how does this interact with this? How does it interact with this? But so far, I think we have some good source documents, what's on the ground, what's existing, and we're just working our way through the discussion of what to do.
Great. Others?
I have a couple.
Yeah.
I've been here going on 7 years. I think one of the things that I've observed is that placing the planning and building and public works functions under the umbrella of the community development department or the community development director has been very successful in improving the way the city operates in regard to those different departments. And then
that was planning, building, and public works?
yes, under community development. And then I think another success, I would love to take credit for it, but I can't, is that of the $23 million or so and change that the city incurred in connection with the Beechwood litigation, the city's recovered $18 million and hopefully counting. So that's been a big success.
That's big. Yeah, good. Who else?
Well, the city hired new auditors, got a clean audit, and got their CAFR award for the 2nd year in a row.
All right, very good.
We made
Put that award on the agenda?
I don't know if they did or not.
You should do that.
Yes.
You guys should pull that up to the public's attention. That's an important award.
We made major repairs to our community center, so it hadn't been touched in 35 years, and there was 7% of the building was had dry rot damage.
Wow.
So the council went ahead and gave the direction to go ahead and make those repairs to, keep the community center moving along, because it's the only one out here on the coast side. So that was a big thing.
Okay. Any others come to mind from the entire group?
Planning department. We've brought in, I don't know how to describe that contract.
So contract planning?
So there was a study done, and there were, 58 or so items that needed to be dealt with in terms of improving the planning department, and we've been going through those, staff's been going through those systematically, and I think they're almost all done. And so the planning department is working much better than it had in the past.
Great.
And if I could add to that, for the new council members, we would get emails daily just from people trying to come in, what do I need to do? And They'd always have to come back and forth, and even trying to put signs up for their businesses, they weren't able to do it. So the procedures have changed completely, and I don't think in a year or two we've gotten the complaint. I just wanted to change a sign. It was like small things like that, but are so, they seem small, but they're a big issue with someone trying to open a business. So all the procedures have been changed completely, so it's much easier for both the customer and city staff to follow. Yeah, and that was, I mean, it was weekly, it was horrible what was happening. So the changing building and planning completely eliminated that.
That's great. I mean, when you think about what your touch points are between your residents and your organization, permits are one of the few that people have to come in, even if they're not paying attention to you because they think you're doing okay. So they come in and get a remodeling permit, and that can create an impression, really bad or really good, about the city and how it's run. That experience they had with the counter over a bathroom remodel permit.
And it was things like that. It was just a horrible experience, but procedures weren't consistent, and it made it very troublesome. And that's changed.
That's great. That's a good one.
And I think we're continuing to talk about, customer service, counter hours, and I noticed even for our business licenses, I think we're more efficient on our business license collections that we all need to be accountable for. And so I think that's a success that is hidden, you don't even think about it. But if you don't collect your business license fees, and that's money out the door, you're losing.
That's right.
Well, sort of related to that point, the business license function was changed so that it's actually contracted now, and there was a savings of one position net to the city, so that it was not only more efficient, but it's also costing less.
Great, good solution. Okay, got it.
Got it,
Yeah.
Michael. Staff is becoming more stabilized. There's been a great deal of turnover in this community, so working very hard to do that and have been able to fill a few positions, which means, so maybe 2 or 3, I don't know how you want to list these, but we're starting to have more conversations about being proactive instead of reactive. Have been very much in a reactive mode in the past for lots of reasons that you've heard already. So that's really exciting and great. And also trying to be more, again, proactive in terms of communication. And I know that's important for the council, and it is as well for staff, trying to do more in terms of communication.
Good. Okay, ready to move on? So we've got challenges and opportunities listed separately, but I like to think of challenges as opportunities. So let's talk about them as one group of things. So I'll start with council first. Throw out what you think there are some challenges are that are facing you in the next year or two.
Communication. I think that's the key thing, in different ways to communicate or getting the information out. We all look at things from our own standpoint, and people are passionate about their things depending upon where they are in that process. So I think, and with communication modes changing, are we communicating enough or in those different modes? So we've talked about improving our website and different outreach. So I think those are our challenges, but there's opportunity for different ways to communicate.
Great, okay. And so you just reminded me, this, we're going to compile a list of things here. Then you as a group, the staff and the council, will need to come back and revisit later how you're going to address these. And so that might be, as an example, a topic that you have on a future agenda in which you just talk about, what you're doing now, what you could do better, so on. All right, others?
And it was mentioned earlier this morning about the traffic. And I think it's the type of thing where the city of Half Moon Bay gets the blame. You look at Highway 1 northbound. I mean, they're not all city residents that are using that road in the morning and the afternoon, and we're catching hell for all the traffic. And I think this is something that when we talk about growth and and issues that, it's not a growth issue of the city of Half Moon Bay anymore. It's the growth issue of unincorporated San Mateo County.
Yeah,
And that's where the homes are being built. They're not being built in our city.
yeah.
So we're getting the blame for all the traffic coming through our city, because that's a thoroughfare to get to 92. And really and truly, I think the majority of the growth has all been in the unincorporated area.
Yeah.
So I think that's a real challenge for us. And the separation of school district functions and city functions are a real challenge too, because, you know, as we mentioned, that we're gonna pay for buses. Well, you know, a majority of the property tax goes to school districts. And, you know, if I was king for a day, I sure as hell would get buses running again.
Yeah.
But I don't think we're gonna see that. I don't know, they've tried some experimental ones, I think, but I don't know how efficient they are.
So,
The Bay Area, without a doubt, is a is an infrastructure issue.
yeah.
And we can't just blame Half Moon Bay, get on 280, get on 101, get on 880 north, south, whatever. It's just the growth of the Bay Area.
So on the traffic, that's in part a communication issue, going back to what you said, is you somehow need to figure out how to communicate to your residents that how much regional traffic you have versus locally generated traffic. That would be important. And on the school district, so I'm not familiar with how you guys are set up. Is there a school district that's incorporates a larger geographic area?
Yes. Yes.
And then what means do you have of communicating with the district? Is there a formal setup?
A liaison from city council is a representative to communicate with the school board.
So do you have a committee that's a liaison committee, or is it just one person who goes to their meetings?
It's a committee of me. So it's, at least in the past, it's been me.
In the city manager
Yeah,
communicates
I work with.
regularly.
What I thought I heard you say is, John, I think said, the perception from folks, it goes back to communication, that the city is in charge of, is able to handle the school district.
Yeah.
Or deal with the busing and
Yeah.
understanding we get 7% of property taxes.
Yeah.
So it's very small, which is, you mentioned too. So just, again, that whole communication piece, and people get frustrated that the city
Exactly.
isn't able to help or fix some of the issues that are outside of our boundaries.
Well,
I'll be honest with you too. I don't think if the school board members walked in the room, I'd know who they are personally. I'm ashamed to say that, but I know who they are. But I mean, walking down the street, I wouldn't know, hey, you're on the school board. That's kind of probably a fault of my own, but I don't know. Anybody else honest about it?
I know them.
Yeah. I mean, that's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
They've never been to a meeting, and I've never been to their meeting. Yeah, that's kind of bizarre.
I think, reaching some consensus on the general plan revision. The general plan revision is where a lot of, people, move to their fixed polarized positions. Growth versus no growth or slow growth, and so how are we going to, resolve, those differences?
Great.
And we have to do that, basically, so.
Great.
It's a big challenge.
Before we move on to another challenge, just back on the school district for a second. So, it's one of the worst divisions of functions that I've ever seen, that our state has separate districts from their municipal organizations. A lot of people think that the city somehow controls the school district. We're serving the same constituents. We're sharing the same tax pie. It's just crazy how it's divided up and the problems that it causes. So there's various ways of dealing with it. So it sounds like you have a mechanism in place. There are some cities that actually meet periodically with their school boards just to talk about where they are with things or to problem solve together. But again, that comes back to communication and trying to create some way of ramping up that communication.
And I think the community, a lot of folks in the community don't understand the separation of school district and the city.
Yeah.
And I would also sadly report that many people in the community don't know that they don't live in the city. if you live unincorporated, because we call it Half Moon Bay, right? Everyone calls it Half Moon Bay. People not from the coast call it Half Moon Bay. Oh, well, I'm going to Half Moon Bay. Oh, where are you going? Oh, I'm going to the harbor. Well, okay, have fun. But it's not Half Moon Bay. And I've often, talking to people during the recent campaign, oh, where do you live? And they would tell me, oh, well, it's great, I appreciate your support, but thank you, you can send a check here, however, you can't vote for me.
See supervisor, so.
Yeah, but there was a lot of that, and I think it's confusing for the public to know where they go to representation, because we are physically here, so if there's a problem, they turn to us and say, hey, there's this thing going on, and what can you do about it? And I said, I'd love to meet with you and Supervisor Horsley and talk about that, because it's just the way it is, it's just not clear.
Maybe under opportunities, we could look to possibly have a joint meeting with the school board sometime during the year, or the fire board.
All the boards,
Water board. Yeah, I know we have liaisons, don't get me wrong, but you get up and say, hey, thanks for the good job.
Like a board meeting.
Have a board picnic.
Yeah.
There's actually value in that, I think.
Yeah.
To get to know everybody.
Yeah, I see as a great challenge and also as a great opportunity, how do we get the general public more involved? There are so many people in our town that volunteer, and they volunteer for this project and they go back to the next project, and it's the same people over and over again who are doing all the volunteering. There are so many of our constituents who would love to be involved, but they don't feel that they can be for whatever reason.
Yeah.
So I would like to see us take that on as a challenge and say, okay, how do we actually get them up to the plate, not to a council meeting, but how do we get them involved?
Yeah. That's a good one.
I think also affordable housing. We've had some, really nice senior developments, and there's long waiting lists for them. So we probably need some additional senior housing, but we need affordable housing for families, school teachers and people who work here, and young people. We don't really have a very diverse housing base. So I think that's an ongoing issue. It's not a short-term fix, but it's something that we need to keep in mind and try to find ways to address.
Yes. So one context is your general plan. There may be others as well. Yeah. Okay. Others? Challenges? Opportunities?
I think one of the challenges is to complete the projects that are already in the pipeline without reinventing the wheel. They're already a lot of things are pretty far along, and I think it serves the community well to further them and get them those projects to completion without saying, oh, let's start over. And then that points to the second challenge, which would be for us to push ourselves to be innovative and identify the next initiative that's appropriate for this community and get behind that as a council. Not just this is all what we're doing today, but it's really more important, I think, to look forward about what do we want the council in 5 years from now talking about?
Yeah, yeah.
Is that sort of vision?
So, yeah, V-word, vision, excellent. I mean, that really is what the city council is all about, is vision, creating the vision and overseeing the implementation of it. So that's something that you should come back to at a later date and think about that exact question is, what do we want to look like in 5 years? Or if a friend of ours went away to a foreign country and came back 5 years later, what would we tell them about that was accomplished? Another way of looking at it. All right, others?
It seems to me we still have a fairly large infrastructure, deferred maintenance overhang. So we're making real progress on streets, but there are other things like bridges and trails and some sidewalks. And we're talking about building a new library. So I think we need to address operation and maintenance budgeting for our infrastructure and our public facilities that we're responsible for. and make sure we have adequate resources to do the upkeep, get them to a good level and be able to, maintain them, at that level. So
Yeah,
capital budgeting well, not capital budgeting, but O&M budgeting.
yeah. So that's always a big trick is trying to leave yourself enough resources in your operating budget on an annual basis that you have something left over that you can push towards capital improvements. So that's a critical element of balancing the budget. Others before I ask staff?
I just think that the quick challenge, and it's been said a couple of times, what is Half Moon Bay's, clear this Pillar Cedars Bridge, that it's in our town, but it was under the state's control. And it's hugely impactful because we're not able to use it. And so we couldn't wait for the state to go through what they had to do, find funding. We had to jump in right away because it meant so much to us. So we cross some of those hurdles sometimes. Surfers Beach is another issue. It's a part of our community, yet there's a little part of it belongs to the county and Caltrans has their say in it, yet it impacts us. So those type of things that may be within our city, but they're under another jurisdiction. And whether it's funding or just lack of resources to keep them going, it stymies us. So we have to expend resources and do things.
Right.
That's a challenge, on general.
I think that's a really, really good point, and I'd like to pair with that, not just the jurisdictional context that we live in, but the regulatory context. We don't live in the Central Valley or in the peninsula, we live in the coastal zone that's heavily regulated, by the Commission, the Fish and Wildlife Service, so federal and state agency, regulations. So that seems to be an ongoing thing, jurisdictional and regulatory. That it's a very complicated context, and something that we deal with and staff deals with, every day, pretty much.
Yeah, and then it's establishing those links with those organizations that have an influence over your fate, and either on the council level or the staff level to make sure that communication is open.
Well, a classic example is the importance of our potential future recycled water. Our treatment plant's in a joint powers agreement with member agencies that might not agree with our belief of potential recycled water distribution. So those are, JPAs, as you well know, are a monster. Because, I think that's a challenge for us because the treatment plant sits in the city of Half Moon Bay. But yet we receive the effluent from wastewater from our member agencies that want Half Moon Bay to kind of pay more than our share at times.
I think it's to be specific about JPAs, our SAM JPA is currently structured as it's weighted against the city of Half Moon Bay. And a challenge will be to find new common ground with the member agencies to rework that JPA. And so right now, just for your edification, our relationship is we pay for half of all of the maintenance for the work outside of the city, plus all of our own, which may have made sense when it was formed, but it doesn't pass the sniff test or the logic test for making sense today. So and there's no incentive, because if you're in the other agency, there's no incentive for you to want to change it, because hey,
keep your rates low.
Yeah.
So we need to work through that, but that's a big challenge.
So Rick, what does that acronym stand for, SAM?
Sewer Authority Mid-Coast.
Okay. Got that?
If you do capital SAM, we'll know what it is.
SAM JPA, structure of SAM JPA would be okay.
And at the end of the day, the public doesn't care who it belongs to.
That's right.
It's, they have that issue and they want it fixed, they want it resolved.
Exactly.
So it goes hand in hand back to the communication piece of this.
You got it. Yeah.
Another huge challenge, involvement of the Hispanic community.
So you have one mechanism now, and is there an opportunity there to build others come to mind?
Well, I think if you look at the recent news articles regarding the voter turnout in Southern California. How do we communicate with that community that this is not any blemish on your record, that you do need to vote if you're eligible? And I think LA is facing that every day with the Latino community. They're afraid to register, they're afraid to vote. How do we share with them that this city is not operating at that level? We are protected under state and federal guidelines.
Yeah.
But I think that's the big party men and women are worried about, Southern California and their voting records.
I do sense more of a willingness, though, more of a readiness, I think, in the community, in the Hispanic community, to be involved. So I think it's a matter of creating those opportunities for it to, to happen, more opportunities. I've noticed just watching the 4th of July and Pumpkin Festival parades, more and more Latino participation, music and cars and, really beautiful things. So I see that increasing. I sense a more readiness, so I think we need to find ways to take advantage of that.
You bet. And then, I don't know what your committee and commission structure is, but that's another opportunity to try and bring people in and involve them in that way. Can I help make those connections?
And I think a big part too is seeing women, Latinas from the Hispanic community, seeing someone being in a leadership role. I think that opens the door in so many ways to young women and I think that helps a lot with the trust. Just seeing another person in that role, I think that breaks down a lot. And to encourage, maybe you've done some outreach to encourage other women in leadership roles and those to step forward and maybe bring people. I think that's a huge piece.
Yeah.
And part of that is that we're probably one of the only Bay Area communities with a Spanish-speaking city manager. That the opportunity is there for us to, time permitting, to step up with that, which she already has done that at different unfortunate situations. Speak to the community in their language.
Right.
I think we could look at other cities in the state, and that's one of the questions I'm going to be pursuing at the new council members California League of Cities conference in Sacramento. I'm going to be seeing what other cities in our state have successfully worked with the Hispanic community, and where is the Hispanic community actively involved in city management and the city and city council.
Excellent, yeah. So I'm sure you probably have some ideas about this, but Santa Ana is one.
I'll hold it now.
So the umbrella principle I see over these is the biggest challenge, is putting more unity in the community. And that's not by accident, that's one of the taglines the Latino Council is working with. But which is not just more involvement and engagement and more access for the Latino community, but it's more interaction across our communities. And we had a tragedy in our city, or near our city, earlier this year, and that was the catalyst for this group forming. And to the credit of the group, I'm more like a supporter, servant to the group, even though one of the founders, I'm more sort of, they lead it and I sort of help. So sort of grassroots in that regard. But the of our guiding principles, one of them is healing. Other one is unity. It wasn't about it's about us and our group. It's about us as our city, and find that's a huge challenge. It's not just engagement, but it's creating some connections across the community. I went to an event during the holidays, and some mariachi, the children doing mariachi and folklore dance came, and I was with one of the local pastors, and we were talking to the organizers, and visibly uncomfortable, and just visibly uncomfortable, and then the thing was over, and I said, you need to be more uncomfortable, right? You need to do more of that so it's not uncomfortable. to create more of those cross connections. And we'll have an opportunity, we're doing another concert in the park in May, and that will be pretty heavily influenced by the Latino community. So I want to structure that, so the challenge, one of the opportunities of this challenge is for that event is to create some mechanisms for people in our city to meet people they don't already know, right? If you go to an event, you see 12 people you know among the 100,000 people, you're going to stand by those 12 people. But to go meet that first new person is tough. And I think we can sort of facilitate that.
Exactly, that's the key, is the facilitation, to helping make those connections, right? It's like being at a cocktail party, if someone introduces you to someone else, you end up striking up a wonderful conversation with them where you might not have done that, had that connection made. So that's a huge thing that you guys can do, is make those connections. Others, before I go to staff? All right, staff, anything you want to add to this list, challenges and opportunities?
I think one of the major challenges is shoreline erosion. And we're kind of on the front line of having to deal with that and plan for the future of how we're going to deal with that, because we're obviously first. And also, and I think it was mentioned as an accomplishment, but water resources, how do we use our water, how do we manage our water and drainage throughout the city. I think those are major challenges that are going to have long-lasting implications if we don't pursue a coordinated approach to deal with it.
Okay, good. Others?
I think some of the challenges here within this community is the aging of some of the public infrastructure, just the bridges in general. We have 3 different bridges on the coastal trail that are in need of some attention and some pretty significant costs for those. You got the Seymour Bridge, you got Pillar Cities Creek Bridge, then you got the Frenchman's Creek. I think it's called the Sweetwood Bridge as well. Even though 2 of the bridges are state parks as issues, it still will rise to city staffs, or to the city council at least, to their attention as well. And then one of the other things that I just think about, just personally, we've been doing a lot of the collaboration. That collaboration is very difficult too, to get to, it's a delicate process to reach out and work with these other organizations at the same time, but there's a lot of negotiations that are going on behind the scene as well, and really creating those relationships with different people within these organizations, that really helps out. And it takes a lot of energy and a lot of work to do these collaborations to get successful projects and bring them forward to council.
Good point.
I think finally the other big monster is future financial security. What is our future in the financial world of City of Halfmoon Bay? We just left $4 million on the table with a ballot measure that we did not win. And so are we going to be able to continue on with the level of expenditures we've had in the past? We had a ballot measure for a sales tax extension.
Yeah, so that's a huge one. So was that, how close was that?
20 votes.
20?
Yep.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
That's considered close, by the way.
Well, I would say a related point to what the council member raised is in the city's capital improvement budget, 2/3 of it is unfunded yet. So there's clearly some major financial decisions and challenges ahead for the city.
That's a big challenge.
Yeah.
So,
And I think, excuse me for continuing on.
no,
I think, our sugar mommy and daddy really is our TOT tax.
yeah.
And, it's strong results, I believe, continuing on here for, I was in the elevator as a Rich yesterday delivering, and I get the feel of, they have 350 guests for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week here. Those are pretty darn good records that nobody tells you about. I can just scoop in the elevator with staff. And they're looking at just a huge year again, but are we always gonna have that?
Yeah.
DOT,
Right,
that-
oh yeah, it fluctuates. Be careful about how you budget.
keep the conferences coming.
Yeah. So has the council talked at all, yeah, that's maybe too early since November just went by. Have you talked at all about trying to do the tax again? Another ballot measure?
Too soon.
Yeah.
We've only had one meeting since,
Yeah, that's right.
yeah.
It just happened, yeah. Okay.
I think another major challenge, at least for local municipalities, is the unfunded mandates that are coming down from the state in general. And so we keep getting hit with different things, like the next one is MPDS having to deal with pollutants and stormwater
Yeah.
issues, trash, recycling, all that stuff.
You got it. So, how's the connection with the legislature?
That could go as a success. I mean, the coast side has always had an amazing personal relationship with their elected state officials
Good.
and federal.
Good.
Yeah, we're good.
Our whole life, it's always been
Okay, good.
give them a box of artichokes and they listen to us.
I like to come visit you too.
I guess more so now. Used to be able to do that. Now it's a $250 fundraiser. Used to be a box of artichokes. Those days are over.
Well, they've represented, many of them have all been in local government themselves within the county, and they moved up through board of supervisors who are in Sacramento, and, you know, so we've known them for a long time, know them professionally, know them personally. So, I think we're in good stead with them looking out for us, and they're very responsive to us, you know, when we need things, particularly Pillar Cedars Bridge. We needed them to help us to talk to the state, because that was, we were ready to go, we were putting money on the table, and we needed people in Sacramento to be talking to Sacramento, because they would just look at, that's just a little small town with a little bridge. We have X amount, we're state parks and rec.
Sure.
So we needed them to really get the ear of people. So they're very engaged with us.
Good, that's good to hear. Yeah, it's particularly important when you're a smaller community. You need that advocacy for you. Okay, any others? Yes.
Well, law enforcement in general has gone through a huge change with realignment and now the passage of Proposition 47.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's going to affect the coast and Half Moon Bay the same way as it will anywhere. And we're just going to have to see how it plays out. But pretty much 99% of law enforcement was against Prop 47, and it kind of slid in. So I use a good example. We did a great case in Half Moon Bay where one of my deputies pulled over 2 gang members. They ended up having a stolen gun on them and a sack of crystal meth. Both went to jail. Search warrants were written between their phones that led back to more search warrants. That same case right now is just going to be write them a ticket and they're going to drive away. So it's going to be different.
Yeah, I don't think the public understands it yet.
No.
Appreciates it. It'll probably be a couple of years of experience before they understand what happened there.
And there's going to be very little leverage on addicts to get them into the programs, because addicts aren't going to have, you know, the kind of time over them where they were looking at, am I going to do the time, or am I actually going to get into one of these programs and try to do something? It's going to be, you know, I'm going to give you 30 days anyway, I'll just do my 30 days and be back out, so.
Yeah. Yeah, that one could turn out kind of similar to term limits, which I think everybody might vote differently on that one now, having had some experience with it. Yeah. All right, other challenges, opportunities? Yes.
I have a few.
How many pages?
They're very connected to what we've been talking about, and they really very much relate to staff. We're a very small staff. We've come out of this potential bankruptcy, if you will. But the remnants of that then, so we're trying to do a lot more, which is great. But the resources are still very limited, but the expectations are jumping up. And so just managing those expectations with the reality of the number of staff members that we have, and trying to accomplish those things. And to sort of extra complicate that, there's this level that we've talked about, this level or lack of trust. There's active misinformation being shared in the community, and it just means that we're spinning our wheels a lot more instead of trying to get the good work done. again, with the high expectations, with the limited staff, with the interest in trying to do these other projects, and having to sort of backtrack from time to time, which is okay, and we need to do a better job of communication, but it happens a lot, and just trying to get past that, because if we don't have accurate information and people aren't being fair about the comments that they're making, it makes our job very difficult, because we really genuinely want to hear from all staff, from all community members. We genuinely want to move things forward based on what we're hearing, but if people are communicating with us in a less than honest way, it makes our job very difficult, and it takes double, triple, quadruple the amount of time. So that's a lot of what we've been facing lately. That just takes a lot of time, so it's hard to be responsive to do some of these other things that we like to do.
Yeah, that's a communication issue too.
Right, correct. We talked a little bit about it, and back to communication, I'm not sure it needs to be up there, but when staff often makes a presentation to the council, it might take 1 minute to share the information. It's taken a month or 3 months or 4 months to get there. And it's a lot of back work that the community just doesn't understand what it takes to get there. And I say that only because it takes a lot of time. It goes back to the limited resources. We just can't, it's not as easy as it looks. We try to be very professional and all that good stuff, and that's fine, that's our role, and that's the way it should be, but again, back to the communication, how do we make sure people understand what goes into, we talked about the Pillar Shivers Creek Bridge, for example. That's taken hours and hours and hours and hours and hours of staff time, and it's been very complicated and keeps taking its U-turns, and some of it we will share in public and some of it we won't. But the part we will share in public is probably going to take all of 5 minutes at the next council meeting, but it's been taking hours and hours and hours. I mean, it consumes the staff oftentimes. The other one I had is, the reputation of the community because of the financial situation it's been in, because of other, there's a not positive reputation for the community. So I know we're trying to do more in terms of image. That also has had an impact in terms of recruiting staff, because there's, I'm not sure I want to go there. Aren't you guys bankrupt? So I'm just trying to get past that. Again, back to communication. And then perhaps we've talked a lot about engagement, and maybe trying to look at what does civic engagement mean and what does engagement mean. So coming to a council meeting, this is my commentary, coming to a council meeting is not necessarily engagement, because you come up and you talk for 3 minutes and you say next. So people are going to get frustrated, all that. So how do we provide avenues, whether it's through quarterly visits in the community, or how do we provide avenues to engage the Latino community, engage youth, to engage other segments of the community in a very meaningful way. And it may be that, this is a little bit of sort of my philosophy, is it may not just be about trying to solve A and B or getting from A to B, but just about building relationships and developing relationships. So the conversation is the product of that meeting, of that time together. And so there's a little bit of a paradigm shift that has to happen in order for us to get there. And I think that all of that will then allow us to do some of the things that we'd like to do. So, but that then goes back to be more proactive versus reactive. And so we have to have the people resources in order for us to do that. So they're all very connected.
Okay, good. All right, any others for wrap this one?
Since we have the opportunity to visit with staff, I think number one would be facility, the future of the facility. Are we going to be able to continue to operate efficiently out of the facility, number one? And number two, this is just kind of on the wish list. If we could evaluate the repositioning of the council chambers, to me, it's not a comfortable setting. Number one, we're kind of away, and staff, you're looking, it's hard to really watch staff's comments properly. So I think there's got to be experts out there for repositioning. And maybe we're missing elevation that we can see a little better out there.
Well, I noticed that
Our chairs run away on us.
At least we got better chairs in the last year. They're the same chairs you use.
chairs. Well, the lectern too, where the public address the council, it seems like it's way out there. People look really far away. Yeah, it needs to be more personable, I think, and less adversarial, it feels adversarial almost the way it's.
And I know we're getting into minutiae here, but.
Well, no, this is important, yeah.
I think the other
It sets
part.
the tone, I think it really
It
sets.
does,
Yeah,
it
it's really
is, it's
important.
symbolic, yeah.
It's my experience that the city clerk or staff, that people aren't walking in front of everybody giving in their cards to speak. You know, if there's a repositioning there, it might be easier for the city clerk or a representative to accept the cards and then pass them through without all this confusion going on during a meeting, because nowadays you do need some security also in the process, because we don't know people's personal opinions on you. So I think repositioning or just reviewing how we're set up there.
I want to make a comment on it. We have repositioned. Look at how we've made a semicircle. You know, I mean, and that's when I first came in, I said, I don't want to sit like this. So positioning is critical.
Yeah, yeah, that's a good point, good observation.
I mean, 5 years ago, I wouldn't be sitting next to her. You know what I mean? Because we're political opposites probably, you know.
The
But that
lighting-
has to change.
The lighting sucks too.
All right, I'm getting in the weeds.
You're the mayor, baby, you got
I'm just happy we got new chairs in the last year.
Let
'cause
me
they
just say,
were
I'm
new chairs.
happy, I'm happy to hear this and happy to, we talked about it a lot. Yeah.
Oh, that's important, yeah.
I've got a couple additions.
Yeah.
In terms of challenges and opportunities. I think it's super critical that we look across our staff and make sure that our staff have the training and the tools they need to do their jobs well. Our expectations are high, we expect high performance, and in turn, we should give our staff the best training and the best tools to do their job. And if they have it, great. If they don't have it, we need to give it to them.
And technology, you know, automation.
Yeah, and when you're in tight times, that's usually the one that gets cut first. So it's good you're
And
thinking.
it got cut, and now it's maybe time to. And then the one that didn't come up, and it's a little delicate, that a big challenge, and I know this from a lot of the outreach I've done with the Latino community, is there's a broken relationship with law enforcement. And there is no line between county and city. It's Coastside, it's Happy Bay, and that the big challenge is to support, and we are, I know there's a lot of progress there, but to support communication and repairing the broken relationship and build a sense of security and a sense of trust that's lost. And I know there's a lot of activity on this, but this is going to be a challenge for some time between those two community and law. So I think that's, among all these things, I think that's probably the biggest challenge. And the third challenge we're going to face is the interim time during the reconstruction of MacDutra Park. That there are day workers that are positioned there to get work for the day, and it's their livelihood, and we'll need to have an interim solution that will work for them. And I've made some inroads with the Catholic Church in town about some opportunities there. But we need to handle communication with all members of our community at all statuses of our community. And I think that's a prime example that we don't want to overlook.
What's the name of the park again?
MacDutra, M-A-C space D-U-T-R-A.
And there may be different methods you use to communicate with different segments. Okay?
And then also, I think there's gotta be a way we can continue to support the vacancy buildings on Main Street. I mean, we have a major corner there that's just pitiful.
The gas station, that is
Pitiful.
a major challenge as far as I'm concerned.
Pitiful,
I agree.
believe me.
That, the printing
Something's
building.
gotta be done.
Yeah.
The printing
Yes.
building and the corner.
The one across from City Hall on the other side of county.
And then across from
you.
Gold Works too.
And yes.
There are two major properties that have been vacant for years and years and in disrepair.
Yeah, something's gotta be done.
I mean, the fire district does drills in one building for Rusty, I mean, come on, burn the damn thing
Oh, it's
down.
on
No, I didn't say that.
They're firemen, they're firemen.
You know, our main street is so valuable
Yeah.
that we can't
Oh,
let
yeah.
that.
So the corner, the corner.
We need a rib house.
Okay, well, the food, the conversation is turning towards food, which is supposed to be coming here pretty soon. Any others on challenges, opportunities, or do we exhaust ourselves?
I think the homeless are a challenge,
Oh, yeah, it's a tough one.
and I don't have any good ideas about that one, I tell you that.
That's particularly tough because the city does not provide any social services.
Yeah.
Right, that has to be all collaboration with the county and with other organizations.
Well, those I hope help some.
Which is,
The Catholic workers
yeah.
help some, but there's no organization that takes responsibility for it.
There's part of the county that gets involved and they interact with them. When we do the creek cleanup and do all that, we go around and talk to all the little along the creek, stay along the creek and let them know we're coming through tomorrow, so they give respect to them. The county comes in and offers treatment and access to other social services at those times. But as a city, it's a challenge because we need to really strongly partner with the county on that one.
Yeah, definitely.
It's a complicated social issue. As much as the county has so many different programs and there are opportunities, Coastside Hope, the Catholic Charity Workers, there are people that do not want to go to institutions. They do not want to accept mental health. It's really a very complicated social issue. There's so many things, and some people just need, whether it's housing for the night, whether it's a woman escaping an abusive relationship. There's great programs in the county, and then there are the others that are the individual spirits that want to stay individual and don't want to do that. So it's a very complicated issue. There's a handful of things available, but people have to be accepting of those changes.
Yeah, yeah. So talk to your Berkeley and Albany colleagues about that. They've both struggled greatly with this issue and have gone in depth about potential solutions to address the variety of causes of homelessness, because there are multiple. Okay, others? All right, so let's do a process check here for a second. The way things were set up next was that staff was going to give you a presentation on the strategic plan. And that was just going to be information to you. You asked some clarifying questions. Then we would break for lunch, gather your food, which isn't quite here yet. And then during lunch, you would have an opportunity to talk about the strategic plan and what adjustments you want to make to it. So if that sounds okay to you, then the next question is, do you want to take a break now, or would you like to take a break? We had originally built in a break after the staff presentation. Does that sound okay?
I'm going to use the restroom now.
Maybe a
Yes.
5-minute break.
I will be taking a
5?
break now.
All right, 5 now.
If the food lands in 5 minutes, should we just get it
Eat
Yeah.
a working lunch.
Yeah.
and work for our lunch?
Yeah.
But if it's not here,
Yeah.
let's keep continuing
Yeah.
going
All right.
on. Okay.
Before you break, I need to apologize, but I'm going to have to excuse myself because I have to go to another city council meeting that starts at 1 o'clock, so.
Okay. Thank you for letting us know.
So,
And we have
Carry on.
Lauren that can control things for us.
Does Laura get to step to the big table? This is like Thanksgiving.
I think it's way more fun on that table.
All right, so 5-minute break, and we'll reconvene for staff presentation.
But who's gonna use that?
Oh, we call.
Yeah, go ahead. What time is it? 11:10. I know it helped to walk around.
Sit down.
they call it best, actually.
Sit down.
Not those kinds of. Electronic.
What did we do before smoke?
Went to a phone booth. I was telling somebody the other day, years ago, we worked on presidential inaugurations all the way back all the way from Kennedy on in, but, you know, we used to just run to a phone booth to call for supplies.
There you go.
I mean, you know,
Remember they used to have message boards at conferences?
Yeah, remember that? Yeah.
Message board.
and then all of a sudden the big pack set came out, you know, and now look at. All righty. Okay, Tony, thank you. Stay in touch. Thanks. Bye.
Look on those back and forth.
That's all right.
Got it,
We
Dad.
need more projects. Yeah. The challenge is getting it all done. Still need the money to pay the bills, right?
That's right.
Simple as that.
That's where he's sitting there right now.
Show me the money.
Doing a calculator. Yeah.
I told you yesterday, you know, Stephanie Lorenzo, tape measures. Fun measuring everything. I swear to God, they spent 2 hours on site.
In your little tent.
Some little girl is making it. I mean, they had a wall, they were measuring tables.
I'm sorry.
It was cute, they were measuring everything. Better get the door.
So, John, how large is your operation? How many acres?
So, our home ranch in town, we're actually right downtown, but maybe we own about 20 acres.
Wow, that's great.
Part of it's hill, and then on the highway, we, north of Highway 92, we lease another 20 acres from distant cousins that all hate each other, and he's never heard of those relative things before.
And then is the hill part of your property usable, or is it just
No, it's just all part of the wooded area.
Yeah.
Invasive eucalyptus have taken over everything, so need a good fire. And actually, the other day, his great-grandpa's still alive. And he was saying his father back in the 50s stuck a match and burned it. It cleaned up the hill pretty good. He goes, the chief came in another days ago. You guys light that hill on fire. You know, now you'd be in jail. So, yeah, so we're dealing with that. And, you know, you always have neighbor issues now. You got one neighbor that's a property line adjustment. The road and other irrigation line, they said it's on property. Landlord.
It's hard when it's a neighbor. We've been lucky, we've been really, but we've been very easygoing.
No, it's
It just doesn't pay.
We're trying to it's just the people that don't want to be happy.
That's right, there's the group, 10%.
And we're kind of the last step. He's not working the way that he used to, and his body's not working, but for his own, you know, agriculture. Everybody has involved in his house, or a barn.
So has it been in the family for a while?
Yes, so,
Second
my wife's
generation?
mom and dad are still alive, so we're the third generation. He's always on TV, you know, but, yeah, you know, she's very successful with them. She keeps the farm, but, yeah. If you have nothing, it's different, you get those.
Right, exactly, yeah. But if you have something, you have to burn all the way through it before you qualify for the assistance, yeah.
One of the experts said, it's a farm, it's not a house. It's not the one. You know, yesterday our grandson, and they want to take the service Christmas tree down.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
This year they got a small tree. Yeah, it's cute, it's a granddaughter, third grade. They also carried that tree. You can't help these guys. Being involved. I don't do that.
Sorry, Tony, you have to stay if you're gonna have a lunch.
Suppose I do, but then I got saw.
That's wonderful.
With the saw, she had it more fun, but I think she told her brother if he would get on.
Oh, I bet, yeah. Yeah, I bet.
Let her use the saw.
Tony, will eating and driving impact your ability to text and drive as well?
I will definitely.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. And then I was telling them, they don't have to run my phone and all that stuff, but they got the picture out of the shop.
I mean, lunch is here.
That's great.
I just told you I told you that, so I'm gonna buy a tape measure today. You know,
That's
small
fun.
one, because that's math.
Exactly.
And I told her,
Exactly. Good.
I want you to total up.
There you go. Yeah.
Circumference and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah. So we're pretty lucky. Pretty lucky. Yes, you know, the families go on, the history will be over, you know.
They're writing it down.
Grandfather's home.
Looks like chicken,
I mean, I was a little boy, I had a little grandfather.
turkey, lots of turkey.
Somebody has.
All right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You know, I was reading the whole. The Miller family, the Apple family was all involved about Mrs. Miller, you know, Island Ranch, fighting his grandfather, and bringing the homes down. Nobody will know that anymore.
It's very
Or maybe green. I think I did that. Okay, that's good to know. Thanks.
All right, what do we got here?
What's this? Salmon. That's so good.
Debbie, it's so nice to know someone who has that understanding.
Yeah.
What's your family doing?
Well, my mother's house is just a care and afterwards, this is your family.
It's my weakness, I don't buy it. I made a little rule, I like to bring it in the house.
I like it.
It's someplace else, that's a good read.
I was there first. I was there first. It looks really good. Especially for a box lunch.
Yeah, so that's, you know, I just.
Yes, utensils are on.
Wait, well, this is my email.
I think we had Sierra Club approval, and it was fine. We're building all of these trails, and we're building all these ice cliffs that here on the coast. And it's funny, you're not in LA. A lot of nice spots.
Where does this go?
Yeah, it's from the ideas, you know, because they want to know what you want. You've got to design
That was a little more interesting than right now. Yeah.
Nice to see you.
Happy to be friends with
comment on the subject of the decision, and it's not more than a quarter acre.
You know, when people just want nothing, want nothing.
That's different.
What do you have there?
What'd you pick that one out?
I got the
$200.
You got this, I got the salmon, it looks like 500. Yeah, they put a salmon basically.
Surrounded by open space.
It's not going away.
we're really
but
blessed
the
that way.
Yeah, we are.
Official are within.
Nice to talk to you.
Required to contact that PCC.
I'm starting with
And
Case by case.
So you're
Yeah,
there
and
and
then
lunch
also
too? Also, if you're outside of 500.
Uh-oh. I think I'm in the line of sight there.
It's kind of, I know it if I see it, type of complex.
I trust the dessert will be here later.
There's a cookie in there.
LA should.
Of course, it has to be gluten-free for me.
Are you serious?
That's the.
Forget everything else.
I feel like this is New York where Max is really this way getting comfortable.
So what's that?
So your sister's still moved in?
I think she is,
I think that's
Oh, okay.
salmon.
Yeah.
Cookies on the bottom, isn't it?
Sorry, I didn't touch it.
No, that's okay. You would rather have this, I can.
No, I think it works.
Very wide. Okay.
Probably because they know.
Just the table, I
I don't know,
see
it's
the chairs
got the
already,
tea.
but the table
So I thought I
is
would've
yet to
sure.
go.
That sure looks good. Let's see.
That looks like a
Let's
fancy
see, let's see, sure.
I get back on Craigslist. You want the salmon, I think.
No, no,
See,
go
next
ahead.
door neighbor, that's
I
great.
think I ordered this, you can eat it, maybe if one doesn't like it, it's fine.
You get what you get, you don't get upset.
I don't.
I like when,
Transfer meeting.
I like when, we even because, people want to choose what food they have for.
So how was it?
Right, I had to get witnesses and, so yeah, it was a whole process, I kept.
John just emailed us. Have you eaten anything?
Yes, I have. I live around the corner from the sidewalk.
Okay.
That's up the-
He said, watch out for him, make sure he eats something. Nice brother to have.
Yeah.
Glad we're not doing it.
There's a lot going on.
I have lots going on and the mayor thing and the working on the last pumpkin trees.
Right.
It lasts about a year.
What, the phone is changing list?
Coolest part of the Christmas party.
Oh, great, yeah.
Yeah, well, they're gonna do a lot more. I don't
Yeah.
Where do you get, like, these things?
All over the stuff.
You know, I was just at the first seminar where part of the guy leading it is kind of looking for competition to find one out. Whatever you want. So he's ready. He's gonna do that next.
I think my water line.
We just get to know.
Yeah, so what are the issues with her property?
Well, she claims the skip is.
Why don't we go have a cocktail?
It's hers.
Yeah.
It's hers.
It's supposed to be.
I don't know. My wife, it's hers. It's hers. So they just kind of.
End up working.
Their people really verbally attack her. Use derogatory words.
Just kind of popped up.
Really heard about it.
Everybody's like, kale.
Yeah, like it's having a moment.
Oh, well,
It's like,
it's.
yeah, I think it's 7 years ago. I did.
Yeah, it's everywhere. I just read that it's not even
Well,
right.
Saw the bridge.
Yeah, we don't buy
It was recorded in the city.
Pop down to Dodge.
No, I got rid of that too.
What kind of family do you have?
I have two guys.
South, the very deep south edge, where the low water is. I never recognized how historic the road. I mean, that's where Green Mountain Falls first had a friend. That's where Jack Lemmon wrote Seems Wolf. That's where the Sprinkles family had their mansion when they bought the old yacht club there. And I never realized when I picked up the Bible. I just thought it was really neat, because it's a deep inlet, very deep inlet with is within the coast. So at night time, fishermen can ride out to the shoreline and see it.
Reasonable enough.
And Sally Stanford's inn was there.
And I don't know who controls my brother-in-law has
Somebody was providing their organization, it's not social work, so it doesn't like, I don't know what happened.
Oh, Juanita.
But it was probably.
Was that, I thought that was at the, maybe not, maybe that was.
It runs away when you like those of any person that he interacts with, or she interacts with, that's it, nobody else.
You would go into that little area?
Yeah,
every time you think you got everything kind of moving along, you got to stop.
We used to go to Southfield a lot, because SWA was there. Very nice constituency.
Oh, is that a pretty can?
I was We still have SWA, that was our landscape partner, they're still there. I still see them, well, I haven't tried for a while. But, so we used to go to Southfield a lot. You know, I had a big exchange, and I just, oh no, you're thinking Babcock Walker. No, Sasaki Walker Associates. You're thinking Sandy Babcock. Maybe, yeah. Sasaki Walker Associates, that's right, we knew them all.
Yes, sir.
Westy family, I'm friends with 12 acres. I think they're all
They got credit for that, coining development expression. I think that's the in their literature, and they got the because they were trying to figure out what to call when we were asking the purpose of the commercial. But as exchange, I just ended up with some extra dough years ago, and I saw that piece, I just liked it. Oh, it's really unique, yeah.
I think we're trying to get that legal.
I mean, I've got special effects, you know, planner for, you know, it's very different. The rich kid out of school.
Right, yeah.
You know, it's kind of interesting that we're and spontaneous. And just tap and change, that it's social media. So I had a spot. That's what it was. It was like extra dough, and I was looking for a place to park. And Bruce really quick. It was there. I had something all picked out, but it was just it was a brick building. I didn't realize it was a brick. I didn't mention that I was sales brochure. I found that out on the just before closing, I had a switch. And then this, I just looked at it, I thought, that would be great. They're trying to do things.
That's how you're not even finished our way up. The property owners are getting it all up to Gary, boy, I don't know. I mean, it hurts me.
Just deferring.
Yeah, you had a great time.
Well, we're good that way too, because, for example,
older in life, you just get it.
That's a totally, that's a mistake in thinking. We totally went for girls.
Everybody's talking about this.
Yeah. Oh, why, thank you, darling. So far, so good. Quiet.
Well, yeah, I had very I had a conflict. I was trying to meet the.
So one place.
Okay. I'm gonna give.
Well,
You merge it together with.
I like your hair, I like your hair. I hope, yeah, but continue. As long as that's.
Yeah, Gary hired me. I was a kid. I was 23. I mean, in my definition now, that's a kid. Yeah.
We've had a meeting in the past.
Funny to think that I like grew up in that building.
And when the
So I
school
decided to leave Disney's.
So anyway,
So I was going down, what I wanted to was to down to get to the building. And I'm in my car and they were saying they're shutting the bridge. They shut the bridge at Rinse City. And they made it into a one-time road going through Marin City. So I go down to the building, which is just as bad. And did whatever. And then I figured I could go home, so I think, there's all these cars coming There's a lot of it, you know, all the way I was driving to, I get back, and they closed it. It's just a place off, I love it.
Your setup for the council.
Why would they put up a sign or have somebody at the bottom instead? So there's all these cars going all the way up, all these cars going all the way up. And all these cars come into Rin City. Now, I was traveling around.
will there be a place for competition?
I can imagine it must have been a mess. My wife taught me this very with the houses and you want I know. I started reading about all these this is the longest in you know, I don't know very well. I mean, there's
You've got a gift, like one of those really nice flashlights, you know? It's like an alarm or something.
Hello, good afternoon. I think we want to get out of here on time, because we like to, good facilitators like to get out on here on time as promised, right, Pat? Important to do that. So our next item, we're going to let Pat and Brenda eat, is going through the strategic plan itself. You each got a copy of that in advance. I think we sent it out Friday, and thank you for your patience on the last minute of doing that. We, again, just trying to get the information updated as much as possible. And there are copies here on the table if you'd like copies for those who don't have copies. And so Alex has been in charge of the strategic plan over the last couple of years. So I'm going to ask him to just walk us through that plan. Not going through every piece of it. I know you've read it, but this way we can just at least, he'll touch on a couple of the highlights or any major changes. And then we can go through that part of it in terms of asking any questions, clarifying questions, and we'll go through the other process.
Great. Good afternoon, Ms. Mayor and members of the council. Alex Kojikin, Deputy City Manager here for this great city. Just to give you guys a little bit of background information regarding the strategic plan. Back in late 2012, I believe it was in November and December of 2012, the city council and the community held workshops in order to get items, and basically the public participated and they put little post-its on what they liked and what they didn't like, and with that it worked up to the strategic plan that is in front of you, which was adopted back in March 18th of 2013. So we're coming up on 2 years of this strategic plan. Some of the items have been completed, other items are ongoing, the projects. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and just start walking through a couple of the items, the major highlights, kind of what the city manager spoke about earlier. So the first item on the list of, you have basically levels of effort, high, medium, and low. And with that, the top of the list was the library. And so over the last year, so back in 2003, the city council looked at going after grant funds, state grant funds, in order to build a new library. And there was a plan that was created back in 2003. With that, the council wanted to take a look at that back in February. We had a special meeting of last year. And what they directed was to start with a conceptual update of those 2003 plans. So with that, it was a 6-month effort where we reached over 2,500 people to give information on what they would like to see in a new library, what they'd like a new library to look like, the materials and such, and the programmatic efforts for the library. It all culminated with a public meeting back in July and August of 2014, where the city council gave their preferred funding option and the size of the new library, which was settled at 25,000 square feet. The funding option was to use the sales tax extension money to help bridge the gap till 2019, when the $1.2 million of your judgment obligation bonds were going to be retired. With that, as we all know, Measure O did not pass in November, lost by 20 votes, and so staff has just been looking back at the drawing board regarding what other financial mechanisms there are in order to finance a new project. Staff has also been, they contracted a firm to go ahead and complete a traffic study and a parking study for the facility as well. So that's been completed. And that kind of covers that project. The Cabrillo Highway properties, this project has not started yet. This is the combined, I believe it's 32 acres. That's the Glen Creek property and the Beechwood property, and just what to do with it in the future. It is a city asset at this time. And so just discuss what the city council would like staff to do regarding those properties in the future, and any type of studies that you guys would want to commission on those parcels. The general plan, it's been moving for the last year and a couple months now, and land use concepts based on established community goals have been prepared. There's 3 different concepts, and now city staff and the consultant will be presenting these concepts out to the community for robust community discussion on those land use maps. The next item is organizational analysis. This is basically over the last year and a half, the city hired for 6 positions, including the city manager, deputy city clerk, community development director, establishing a community development department. And then also with you guys approving just last month a new public works maintenance worker for us. So that was also included in that. It also includes some of the contracts with recreation as well as the planning department functions as well. The Highway 1 safety improvements congestions, this item was spoken by one of our public members, but what it is basically creating safety improvements to Highway 1 from Main Street all the way down to, I believe, Kehoe neighborhood. And with that, studies have been submitted to Caltrans and plans of what the project improvements would be. We're still waiting to hear back from Caltrans. Once we have that information back, then there would be community workshops and input both for the community workshop and at the planning commission levels. Main Street Bridge, the city has received 5 proposals for testing of the bridge, and we're basically analyzing those proposals, as well as there's going to be we've received committee applications to serve on the Main Street Bridge Committee, so that'll be coming to you guys in the near future. Moving on to emergency preparedness and coordination, the city went ahead and through a 3-way collaboration was able to get a coast side emergency coordinator through county OES. And with that, a third is being paid by the city, a third is being paid by the county, and a third is being paid by the Silicon Valley Community Foundation through a grant. And so we have a full-time coordinator based out of the sheriff's station at off of Kelly. And what we've done is staff has completed a lot of trainings. We've had a tsunami drill, and we've also created CERT programs here on the coast side, which weren't established before this. And we also had to open up our EOC at a level 1 back on which December date it was for the big storm. Oh, there you go. For a big storm as well. Gateway consideration plan. This was a little bit tied into basically the city has engaged firms to get some type of gateway signs or monument signs at our points of entry into the city limits, as well as directional signage to get people to major points of interest, and specifically also Main Street, because a lot of people just bypass the city and don't know that we have a wonderful Main Street. With that, we retained a firm, and they Council budgeted $150,000 for Smithfield, but just off the drainage study, just to make the drainage enhancements and get it to a really good tournament facility, or with all the upgrades, there was an initial estimate from Calendar Associates and BKF Engineers at $8 million for that project. So that's kind of a decision of, do you want to, spend your money up front with a study and move forward with that. So hoping to hear from you guys on that. And then east-west access across Cabrillo Highway. This was mentioned by Councilmember Reddick with Poplar, the signal. It's one of our crossings. And then also with the Highway 1 safety improvements, this would be in play as well on the future of that project. Stormwater permit fees kind of go back to the same thing with MPDS, which kind of clumped together. Measure J implementation. So the city back in November 2012, the voters approved Measure J, which was a 0.5-cent sales tax measure that was going to last 3 years. And with that, there was a Citizens Finance Oversight Committee, so that had to be established. The other item that had to be established was what projects the City Council wanted to put forward and see completed with those funds. And then just the ongoing work of making sure those projects are on track, and then also just implementation of the annual meeting that we have with our Citizens Advisory Committee on that item. 5-year CIP plan, our city manager kind of mentioned that. That is a longer list than what you see at the strategic plan. There's a lot more items included in there, but we work off of a rolling 5-year CIP, so each year we update it or we push it out a little more, but the lists and the pet projects or the items that we see coming up in the future, those remain, and that kind of keeps us on track. So with the budget cycle, that's usually when it kind of gets updated. Oh, that is when it does get updated. And so we're constantly moving forward, so that's a moving item. And then community center repairs, I kind of mentioned that. That was, there was no investment or maintenance in the community center for over 35 years. And so this past summer, we went ahead and made all that dry rock damage to 70% of the building because it was leaking like a sieve. And with the coastal environment, it has a lot of wear and tear on that building. So that kind of completes my presentation to you guys. Also, I put together a long list of, just so that you guys can get background on the projects as well. So on each item, there's kind of just, it goes in more depth for you guys' own edification. And then I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you. Yes.
For gateway considerations and plans, as described, it sounds like wayfinding. But I thought that either I think either the title was wrong or the description was wrong, because there was associated with the bridge project, there was the an arch that was put forward. Is this separate from that? Or is this?
No, it's kind of all. It's all in. It's kind of all encompassing. Basically, kind of like what I was talking about with the monument signs or the big markers coming into town, but it would also culminate with some type of archway, that project as well, that would encompass that as well. That's part of that design. Whatever it comes out to would be included. That's part of it.
Other clarifying questions?
There's some things that are not up there that are clearly we're in the midst of or in the middle of. So for instance, the skateboard park, without big funds, that's still moving ahead. And obviously Pillar Cetus Creek Bridge, because we've got funding and that's moving along, so that's separate. I think there's something else too. Kehoe Ditch, obviously you had said that earlier. Okay. So those are the things that are ongoing, but they're not.
And just for purpose of clarification, Kehoe Ditch is on the CIP plan, the skate
park is not, because that is kind of, that's mainly being run through, so the city's giving the land and $100,000 towards that project, but it's basically being run through the Boys and Girls Club with city oversight.
Could potentially be on here.
Yes.
As a means to continue to focus on it.
Well, it's already fun.
Yeah.
So,
How do you spell the
Kehoe.
O-E.
Ditch.
Water course, that's Mr. Benjamin.
It's a ditch.
Yeah, I do. So the Main Street Bridge is on the strategic plan update. Yeah, it's also on the CIP, so why have some from the CIP on the strategic plan update and not others? Like Kehoe Ditch, I think is, pretty important. It would actually solve a lot of neighborhood issues and historical enmity, good for us to do. So I'm just trying to understand why some things from the CIP are on and some not.
I can try to explain that. I wasn't here, but I can try to explain that. The CIP, so there was not a CIP when the strategic plan was originally created. The CIP, one of the items is do a CIP. So the CIP number 5 on this side is create a CIP plan. So that happened, and then the list of items were then added into the CIP plan. As with other strategic plans, and I presume is the case here, while some items are on the CIP, but they perhaps are larger projects and warrant extra attention, and the council was trying to make a point of make sure that this stays on your radar, those then elevated to the point of getting on the strategic plan itself. Well, the CIP had the road repairs, had a couple of other, I'm not saying minor, but more CIP. What else was on the CIP on there? Sorry.
On the CIP, there's also sewer items, so it really, the maintenance of the ditches, the 13 ditches that we have throughout the community, that's also on there as well.
A lot more detail.
A lot more detail.
So the library, for example, is going to be a once-in-a-lifetime type of a project, while ditch maintenance and road repairs are on.
Again, I think just politically, maybe considering to put Kehoe on there, but I actually have other clarifying questions. And one is about the Cabrillo Highway properties. So, have we been in discussion with the commission or other regulatory agencies about what might be possible to do with those properties?
So we haven't even touched, it wasn't supposed to start until late this coming year to really actually even start any type of work or any effort from city staff on it.
Okay.
We've just been protecting it, so there's no more dumping of garbage and things like that to destroy or degrade the property.
Have we done anything about an appraisal yet of those properties, or do we have any idea?
My understanding is that the value that's in your, on your books is the value that was established by the city in 2009. It hasn't changed since then.
Value on the books, you mean in the
budget?
In the budget, and you're there. In talking to the city attorney about this last week, he said obviously at some point when, as Alex said, this starts to come forward, the council can, obviously hire an appraiser or come up with some assumptions as far as that will impact what the book value ultimately is.
So the book value that's there now is based on
2009
appraisal?
Correct.
An old appraisal, all right.
Another clarifying question? Okay, so the idea in this segment was to go through these and do a couple of things. One is to confirm their order as far as the effort is concerned, high, medium, low. You could also think about these as priorities, although I think there's purposely, the word effort was chosen to give a slightly different meaning to that. And then also to add projects that are, you mentioned one that's not on there, if appropriate, or to delete any that you feel that could be deleted. So let's start with the library. That's probably the big one.
What's your question?
So the question is, leave it on as a priority. You heard from Alex about what things are being worked on to advance it. Does that align with what your expectations are?
I propose to leave it on as a priority if that's the task. Is the task leave it on or take it off, or is that the task?
It's a two-part task. One is, do you leave it on, and is it in the right place as far as medium, high, low? And then the next part of the question is, you've heard about what staff is working on now as far as trying to advance that project. Are there other things that they should be doing, or do you have other ideas that are going to make it happen?
So I say leave it on as a priority, leave it on as the high priority on that item, and I think Alex expressed the next steps properly, so good with
And I'd like to leave it as high because we had a plan and we had alternatives of different funding and there was one majority funding source. And that didn't get approved. So what are our other options? I'd like, report where are we now with this and what are options to present day.
That's great.
That's what I'm looking for. I think staff needs some guidance about that. So the context, Megha, that you want to do this is this capital improvement program budget to go into greater depth, or did you want to?
No, I think just leaving it here. So what I described in terms of, we'll have the CIP, we will bring that back to you. I don't have the date right in front of me. We will bring that back to you as part of the budget process and give you the full list with numbers and all of that good stuff, and you can prioritize and move those around as you like. I'm interested in knowing, is this a high priority, does this list still encompass those high priority efforts that you'd like staff to focus on, medium and low? Some can come off because they were completed. Anything that needs to come off, aside from those that have been completed, anything that needs to go on, and are they still on the right page, high, medium, and low priority?
Right.
And we can also suggest additions.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, you
So,
bet.
do you want me to change this to priority?
No, I think it's fine like that. I'm just shorthanding it.
All right, so before the measure went out on the ballot, was there a plan B for the funding of the library, or is that what we need to explore?
There was a list, there was a financial consultant that brought forward a list of opportunities for different funding structure. And we had chosen us extending a sales tax to meet us to 2019. That's when we pay off our Beechwood bonds and it frees up $1 million plus. But that didn't pass. So to take a look at it as a full council, to see what are funding options to go forward with the new library.
So Pat, maybe I didn't answer your question right. I'm not looking for detail here. I just want to make sure that this is still the right place, and then we'll bring detail on each of these as they come. As the example with the library, presuming it stays on here and stays on high effort, we will bring back, as Alex described, some funding alternatives options in terms of next steps and how the council would like to proceed with that.
All right, so do we do the library? Finish with that?
Yeah, and I'd like to see, there's no more Measure O, Measure J stuff up there anymore. That's over. Personally, you know what I mean?
Is it?
So Measure J items
They'll
are
march.
still going.
They're still moving
We
forward.
still have items and the sales tax measure still goes all the way through April of 2016.
Oh, 16, okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
and so some of the funds, just the projects, we're still working on those projects and it might extend past those projects, past April of 2016, but you've already taken in those funds and so they're dedicated towards those projects.
Okay.
The work hasn't started just because.
Has the money's been designated?
Not all of them, so there is, so Measure J, basically revenue has come in, some of it has come in better than expected, so there is additional funds, but what the council did back in, I believe it was March or February of 2013 was they set aside, they budgeted $1 million a year for the first 3 years for certain projects, so those have all been budgeted. But there is some excess funds, and so there's still excess Measure J funds that could be rebudgeted on different projects or new projects or whatever you guys would like.
So Measure J stays, Measure O, no more comments about that. It's over.
Well, basically what Measure O is that like for long term, so if you were gonna go past out
I understand, yeah.
2016, then you're not gonna, yeah.
But there's no need to keep wishing Measure O.
No.
No. Okay, thank you.
John, I want to let you know that as the vice mayor, I'm going to say Measure O as much as I want.
Here we were trying to get along today. Rick, you're wrong. Okay.
Okay, so leave that as is. Cabrillo Highway properties, does that stay as a high priority?
Yeah, I think that has so much to do, it can be involved so much in the general plan update that I'm wondering if we don't incorporate it somehow into general plan update. It is part of new development, no matter what we do with it, or or don't do with it, it's still a development issue. So,
I think there's separate projects though.
they are separate projects, no question.
So I would just advocate not to do that so that it has its own attention that it requires, whether it's paying off the debt, whether it's the council direction in terms of what you want to do with that project, with that property. There's some financial ramifications in terms of the selling of the property, so there's a lot of more things that are not connected to the general plan.
Well, and I think that as long as the discussion will involve, you know, what we might do with the property, then I think that also supports treating it separately, because discussing it as part of the general plan update, we haven't had those discussions with the regulatory agencies and all that stuff in the community, the neighborhood, that it seems almost, and there's plenty of time too. I mean, the general plan update is gonna take a while, so we can.
And it's basically two bites of the same apple, so we look at it in two different things.
What were you thinking specifically?
I was just thinking that it's a small part of what we need to consider on the coast in terms of our general plan update when we look at development. That it is a piece, and it's a separate piece, but it is only a piece. And so I'm not sure that I would want to make a decision about what to do with it until we know what else we're going to be doing vis-a-vis the general plan.
I just don't know if they're mutually exclusive. You know, but they might not be mutually exclusive, but we can look at it together.
One informs the other. Were you gonna add?
No, I wanted clarification.
What do we have budgeted for item 2? Do we know roughly?
For Cabrillo Highway, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, for Cabrillo Highway properties. I only ask questions when you think about it.
Yeah.
0.
We had 0 budget, perfect.
And that's what the key to here, if you look at the timeline, it's further out in terms of the effort that staff has given a little bit.
Okay.
So the blue is not yet, and then this timeline shows you we've not gotten to that yet.
So when we did the plan, we saw this as being hugely important, I believe, because it was one of the monkeys on the city's back. Once it's dealt with, removes the debt, which was removed, and also is a new path for potentially housing or whatever, as also for new access to revenue for the city. So that made it, as part of our we don't want to go broke effort, it's sort of elevated up here. And I'm not advocating for this, but I want to have a quick discussion. Does it make sense to keep it as given the state of things today, does it make sense to keep it at the high priority, high level, or does it make sense to move it to medium priority?
Well, I wonder, whatever is done, I mean, clearly, and whether it just sits as open space, I mean, that's going to be a huge conversation over a long period of time with the community. Well, you know, what do you want to do with it? We are off the pressure of having to do something with it, since we had gained money from the insurance companies and whatever. So we don't have the pressure of, oh my God, we've got to do something and sell it. So I think we have leeway. But I do think we need to keep it on our radar, as Councilmember Reddick had mentioned, you know, what are our regulatory options for it? I think it's a very complicated piece. But first and foremost, what does the future of the community want to see with it? But I don't think we have the pressure we would have had several years ago. We've got to do this immediately.
So time to look at it in the general plan.
Yeah.
They're actually following, the timelines are in sync.
It could go hand in hand with it, yeah.
And it would be part of the vision of the future, when we're talking about vision. It's not like something we're going to be developing in the next couple of years.
Well, and I think that's what Deborah was trying to get at.
Yeah. So does that, what Rick suggested about moving it to the medium category, does that make sense given the timing?
Is that more helpful?
My only question is it since it is tied in with the general plan, maybe they should be kept together.
Okay.
Is the priority wrong, Deborah? Should it be general plan, then Cabrillo now? Is that?
Oh, are these numbers, do they have some meaning?
No,
they're not.
No,
No, I was just saying, keep it at the same priority level.
'Cause they're tied.
Since they're tied
I see.
in
Okay.
together.
So I guess the question is it the high effort, or do they go into medium effort?
Well, I think the general plan has to stay at high effort is.
Okay.
Well, and actually, you know, as we talk about potential additions, you know, maybe Cabrillo Highway properties might fall lower in priority compared to some other things. So maybe can we like revisit
Yeah.
the
let's
top
start
priorities
that
after
one
we-
and come back to it.
Right.
We'll start,
But definitely general plan is a priority level.
Yeah.
And this is the appropriate place.
Yes.
All right, so let's take a star and we'll come back to that one. All right, so organizational analysis. Is this done or is this still in progress?
What do you mean by that organizational analysis?
Oh, it's the, just trying to implement some of the recommendations that have come in terms of the organizational, what I call organizational infrastructure.
Of the staff?
Of the staff filling positions. We had the recommendations from the planning department, implementing all of those recommendations. So there's still a little bit of work to be done there, but a lot of progress has been made.
City operations.
City operations.
To be efficient, and that can encompass modernization, whether that's new technologies, restructuring, adding more people.
It's not just staff, you're right.
And could this also involve a policy level discussion about outsourcing versus in-house staff? And one of the reasons I raised that issue is because I was looking under primary resource oversight, the third column here. A lot of it is contract, right? A lot of the point of responsibility is not staff. Well, on the second and third pages, there's more staff. It seems to me that would be a good policy discussion to have, you know, outsourcing versus. And I don't think it's a completely black and white issue. I think there's gray areas, but.
And then maybe the union members can get a copy of the matrix study if they do not have that already.
Yeah, I don't have that.
Because that gives you a little background of what we all went through for months.
Great.
That's good. So do you want to change the title of this to be city operations?
What about organizational and operational analysis?
I support
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay,
sounds
so
great.
add the word operations to it? Okay. And then we'll capture the, as part of that, there's that issue of talking about staffing versus contract staffing, in-house staffing versus. I don't know how we capture that, but.
Should we stay here?
Just add it. And just leave it there.
Oh, so we're saying
You got it?
staff.
Okay,
Maybe
good,
staff
good.
procurement.
All right.
Or, yeah.
Do we, Chip?
We keep it here though, right? It's still a high priority?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it's a high priority.
Yeah.
I do too.
All right, so then Highway 1 safety pedestrian project.
Now,
Well-
Alex, there's been a lot of ongoing work with that, studies and working with Caltrans and the county.
Dante.
And Dante, keep that moving forward.
Right, and so the urgency and what we were recommending to keep it at a high priority level, these grants, it's about $7 million worth of grant funding for these improvements. It was approved in 2012, and you know, we stand to lose the money if we don't take any action at all. So, you know, we would need to have an initial discussion with the council about what to do.
Is this involving the Connect the Coast Side or Coast Side Connect? Has
Well-
something to do with it, or?
So Connect the Coast Side is kind of this comprehensive strategy, and these improvements are included within the alternatives of Connect the Coast Side.
So what's the deadline on that funding? What is in the funding?
So we've been talking with the funding sources and extended the deadline a couple of times, but we really need to determine what direction the city's going to go with this, probably within the next 6 months.
So
Does the litigation settlement with Alonto Properties and Terrace Avenue play into this also? I think it does it not?
It does. Some of the, part of the funding, and it's the Main Street to Kehoe. Within that portion of the grant, the description talks about Terrace as an intersection. As one of the speakers mentioned, there's also a development agreement that pays for a traffic signal. We've been talking, and it is possible to utilize the funds for other things around the intersection or other areas along the improvement area, and solely save that development fee money for the traffic signal. So we can do both, essentially.
So we've talked a lot about traffic congestion, things like that. I mean, does council think that's important enough for that to come back to us in the next 6 months with alternatives and moving forward?
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Especially because money's on the table.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, and plus, if you ever go north at 4 o'clock or south at 6:30 in the morning, that's where there's a congestion issue.
Starts at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's getting earlier.
School lets out. Okay.
Okay, then we've got Main Street Bridge.
I think for me personally, we need to know our restrictions on what we can do as a council. All of us have to have that in front of us sometime soon because we're asked that often. And I'm under the impression there's really nothing the council can do unless we get to a vote of the people again.
No, that's not true.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying, I need a clarification on it.
It's only if we change the bridge substantially or replace it, it's a vote of the people, but if it's a restoration, it is not. And so that's what we're doing, testing to see if restoration could be supported.
Or maintenance?
Maintenance is okay.
Maintenance
is okay, yes.
Maintenance supersedes a vote of the people?
Yes,
Yes.
yeah, we want to make sure we do that.
It has to still be a priority, in my opinion, because
Yeah, like,
old bridge.
and I think we need to get going on the citizens committee. I mean, I think we need to, what did you call it, getting traction? We need to get traction.
All about it.
I think we had no one show up, or no one applied, and then an apply came late, so.
Actually, it's on my agenda with you, so we can decide what to do.
Okay.
We have some applicants, they don't fit all the categories as originally established, and then we now have, it's supposed to go to the subcommittee, more detail than you wanted, but it's supposed to go to the subcommittee, and so we were gonna make your appointments for the subcommittee on the Main Street, because
Okay.
Mr. Alfano was on it before.
Got it. Okay, let's keep that going too. Fix it.
It's on my list.
All right, so that stays. Okay, so then that brings us to medium priorities. So the first one is emergency preparedness
And that was
coordination.
completed.
Complete. All right. Gateway considerations.
That's in process, right?
It's in process, and if it continues to be on your list in high priority, you can bring back some dollars. There's no dollars allocated for.
There's some Measure J dollars, I believe. Dante, how much is there?
We have I don't know.
I think it's $250,000.
We have
It's
some.
up top
Well,
of
we'll
my
bring
head.
it back. It's supposed to come back to the full council, presuming it's still of interest here.
And just along the lines, I think it was mentioned at the last council meeting about signage. Deborah, did you mention? Debbie, did you mention signs?
Yeah, I ran into that couple that had been coming from Ontario, Canada every year for like the last 7 years, and until the past year didn't even know that Main Street existed.
Well, and a lot of us had got comments like that, because we all know where the beach is. So over the past year, there have been extensive meetings with chamber people and different, to create signs around, so it wasn't totally the gateway, but it was just improving the signage around the community, and there were decisions made on what that would look like and where they would be. So that's in process of getting ordered. So I couldn't mention it to you since it was on the council meeting and not on the agenda, but yeah, so there's signage coming. But the gateway was another thing for something a lot grander.
And it's so important, signage really, you know, it's part of the whole communication issue and supporting your tax base, and so I think it's a real high priority.
And we don't currently have a city council or a city committee on an architectural review committee, for instance, somebody that will be overseeing design, et cetera. Is that correct?
Not in general, but for this project, yes.
For this project, who do we have? We've hired out or?
Well, that was for signage, so signage is different than gateway.
No, I'm talking about gateway.
We don't have anyone.
No,
Do we?
we hired Graphic Solutions, who has been working with the subcommittee of the council for several months, and there was kind of a committee that's come up with some conceptual designs that we'll be bringing to the council in the future, to have the entire council approve those concepts. After that, it'll go to the planning commission to approve the signage plan, kind of where they'll be placed and so forth.
Okay, but the actual conception, the design is something the council's going to approve?
It's something the committee has had several meetings about, so it's gone several rounds. But yes, the full council will have to approve the conceptual design.
Yeah, it seems to me that, I mean, that's great, I love having that power. But I also think that if we had some sort of an architectural design committee or staff person, and I don't know how it would work, who could be a filter for us before we even get to see it, that might make more sense.
So as part of the planning commission, the other hat that they wear is that architectural design committee, so
Okay.
that's their role as well as planning. So it's kind of a dual role for the planning commission. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dante,
That's
but
correct.
I believe that's what the city
Okay.
did in the past, is what they did is combine the architectural committee and the planning commission as one, so they wear two hats.
And what you're describing is exactly that.
Right.
So it's gone through
Okay.
several meetings already, and now it's been filtered.
The
I
Chamber
think
of
is the word
Commerce
you
was
used, and so
involved.
now it'll come to the council, the full council.
Is there an architect on that, or
Yeah.
a design person on that committee?
Well, the firm that we hired, they're design professionals.
The graphic solutions?
Graphic
people?
Solutions
Gotcha.
are. So we had a member from the planning commission, we had 2 city council members, we had some of our major businesses, and Chamber of Commerce that all sat on the committee, went through several rounds of review, just to get it to a point that, you know, we want to reach out to the rest of the council and see, are we going in the right direction?
Thank you.
And we're fortunate to have a planning commission right now that has an engineer, and a landscape architect, and an
great.
architect,
It's great.
and a historical architect.
Yeah.
So,
And the new logo, not the city's municipal logo, but our new branding logo was incorporated in that.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So that's where I get stuck. It's called gateway considerations. So everything Dante described is 100% correct regarding signage, which is different than the gateway idea. So can we, and so the question is this this the right thing?
So just to answer your question, the gateway considerations, or whatever it's called, I think it's gateway consideration, was integrated into this master signage plan. So what council will see is they'll see some conceptual designs for archways that, as you enter Main Street, downtown.
So it's both.
It's both. It's wayfinding signs, it's monument signs, it's arches.
Would the council agree to add this, gateway and signage considerations, if only so I don't get confused?
Sure.
Sure.
I actually think you raise a good point, though. I mean, the gateway is the other buildings on the corners, you know, the design manual for those areas. So it really is larger than signage.
Yeah.
Keep it under mediums?
Yeah, that's the question.
I think so.
Medium's okay? All right. Okay, debt reduction plan.
And that's completed.
Yeah.
That deserves.
I think
It's a huge deal.
the most important part of that is it's in a restricted fund. It cannot be spent otherwise, other than the debt. That was a huge, huge effort by the council because it would have been real easy to spend it. And now it's going for debt reduction only. And that was insurance settlement.
Yeah, yeah, big success. Okay, Mac Dutra Park.
Oh, I have a question about MacDutra. I've had many emails and telephone calls actually from constituents who like Ms. Pritchard's mosaic designs there. And the question has been from everybody, is there some way we can preserve those and move them someplace else? If we can't use them in MacDutra, which it looks like we can't with the current plan. But where else could we put them? And could we have that discussion?
So I'll give this a shot, and if I need help, I'll ask Alex.
Sure.
The council has approved the design for the MacDutra Park. Ms. Pritchard, is that her last name?
Yes.
Has been contacted well over a year ago to say, would you like to, because there's lots of rules that go along with artists and artwork. Are you interested in reclaiming the art, that kind of thing? We have said, and will continue to try to move the dog to the dog park. We've talked to a couple of artists, and they're telling us it's nearly impossible. It's easier to just do another one. Well, that's not the point, so we understand that. But we are still looking to see if there's another way, another technology that we can use to try to move that and relocate it to the dog park. So we are working on that. She knows that.
Great.
And on a separate track as well is that there will be, as part of the MacDutra Park, there will be some type of new community art piece that'll be coming in. So over a year ago when I met with Ms. Pritchard, I let her know that we would love to have her be a part of, some new installment that would come forward. What we didn't want to do is, art is highly subjective. And so as part of the overall improvement of the park, I kind of broke them apart as two separate items. So once the park is improved, then we will look at the community art piece and start work on that as a group. And so even in my talkings with her just last month, she still was interested in participating in that process and working with us on that. And she was also included in one of our original meetings when we were talking about the improvement of the park. She came to the landscape architect's office. I met with beautification committee members and the architect and everyone at the time. So we've been trying to do a good faith effort, due diligence, and working with her, and hopefully in the future she can be part of some type of new art piece that's going to go into the future.
And we might want to consider the issue of the cost too. I think one of the issues
That's
is
another.
smooth it, but
Yeah,
that's the
at
balance.
whose expense?
Right.
That's really the 800-pound gorilla in the room.
That's
Right.
exactly right. That's
And for some reason, the dog seems to be the one everyone's like.
I think it's the
You're like
largest.
the
The largest dog, yeah.
The largest
The
piece.
large dog, people are fond of that, so.
The
but
golden
I don't
retriever.
think we need to give her special consideration in terms of public art, just because she did that project. I think certainly she should apply, but we should have.
Oh, most definitely. It's just
it should be
keeping
open to the
her.
public.
Yeah, most definitely.
And there should be a design review committee to
Totally.
make that decision.
Totally in agreement. Yes.
Great.
So there's a whole process I've shared with Magda, and I want to, once we move forward, I want to bring up, there's a San Mateo County Arts Commission. They have a public process for having principals to approve placement of public art. It's lifespan, what happens at the end of that lifespan, and you have a prenuptial agreement. So when you get to this point, then you can deal with it and say, well,
That's exactly.
That makes sense.
it doesn't last forever, and it's independent, and I think it's a good tool for the
Yes,
council.
absolutely.
Yes, that's great.
And there is the piece I placed with my 4-year-old daughter when I moved here. I'm going to reclaim my piece.
There you go.
My tile, one tile.
Okay, so that sounds like it stays where it is. Got some good clarification on that. NPD, yes. DPADs.
What is NEPADS?
I'll give you, it's called a National Pollution Discharge Elimination System. And so in 1972, under the Clean Water Act, it was 100 most pollutants in America to try to eliminate them. So they call it NPDES.
Thank
And
you.
it's an elimination of 100 of the most pollutants.
So you have to make sure that your stormwater is clean.
Right.
Or it hits the
National
ocean.
pollution, what is it? What's it?
Discharge
Discharge elimination.
Discharge
System.
elimination.
Huge amount of.
It just
money
rolls
that
off the
they,
tongue.
I'd like to make a motion, no more acronyms. Let's call it elimination.
That's under the Clean Water Act, you're not gonna change that.
Stormwater.
Call Jackie Spear.
Right.
All right, so.
Maybe the Republicans will change it.
This is kind of Alex, this is kind of an ongoing one.
Either way, it's a state mandate, so it'll keep going.
We don't get to choose?
And I would add to that, really and truly, which we're dealing with monthly, is trash reduction.
Yes.
We're gonna be required now under MPDS to have reduction of trash in our city.
Do we have any impaired water bodies in our city?
I don't think so. That's a good question, but I don't think so. I've never heard of any.
Yeah.
So one of the places this might show up in the capital improvement program is trash capturing devices at the inlets. Have you already dealt with that?
So
We started some.
Yes.
And then we also have to, with all the trash that we pick up out of our different capturing areas, we have to weigh it and report it. It's all, it's an unfunded mandate.
Oh, yeah. This has been a very expensive one.
Yeah.
Okay, we're okay with leaving that where it is?
I don't think we have a choice.
You have to, in case there's a violation, at least it's on our list that shows that the city is engaged in this process.
Good point.
And we gripe, but we take it very seriously. It's true.
Naomi's not here anymore to give me help.
We blame you, John.
We could find somebody else.
That's right.
All right, promote tourism.
So this got put on there when we knew we needed to generate more activity midweek to help with our financial recovery. And it's worked, so that's good.
I think a great deal of the work has been done, but it has not yet been completed in terms of a mechanism that will be sustained moving forward. I think we're very close, but we're not quite there.
And we're getting updates with the fund from the chamber, from the funding, the sizable funding we provided last year.
Correct.
And the programs they're implementing to help promote our businesses and provide jobs for our residents.
And
Yeah, I
that
think
funding-
during the funding, we wanted to see results, I
Yes.
believe.
And the chamber came not so long ago,
Right.
and I think, Alex, the money goes through the end of this fiscal year?
It is through the end of
additional-
this fiscal year, and then it's done at that point, so
So there's an agreement with the chamber?
Correct.
that is correct. And there's a whole scope of work, and a list of what they have to complete, basically.
I'm sure they will ask for renewals.
It's a couple $100,000.
There's gonna be a report that comes back to council?
They already had a report that came back to council in November, just giving an update of everything, but once it's all concluded, I would think that they would have a final report of just all the measurables of what they've completed, but it's also up to this council where they want to put it on the list, if they want to continue it, or
Well, I think it's not high, it's not low, but it's important, and to see what results they've achieved with the substantial amount that was given, and what the new proposal is, and what that will glean us. So, yet to see what that looks like going forward.
Yeah, and we'll have to take a closer look at it in terms of the budget. Here's where, without you telling us specifically, but trying to get a sense from you of how important this continues to be, and again, without a commitment of dollars, does that mean, does that mean, hey, staff, look at this and potentially even allocate some dollars? And so that's where we are. So we'll take a better look to see what, my interest is for it to be sustainable without continued support from the city. I don't know that that cutoff happens now. I just don't know that.
So prior to Measure J, the city was giving $25,000 to the Chamber of Commerce in assistance, and then they were giving $25,000 to the Hotel Business Improvement District as well. That was also included in that $225,000 was 2 years of that, $50,000 for every year. So really the Chamber got $125,000 to really implement everything else that was in the economic development action that they proposed to us. So Measure J helped offset that general fund contribution that was happening before its passage, just as FYI.
And who determines how well they've done with that money?
Well, what happens is that we get a report and it would be right back to you guys to make that determination. It's up to you guys to
And who
make that
makes the
assessment.
report?
It would be, so the report would be completed by, I would assume, the Chamber of Commerce. They would say, this is what we've been able to complete, and it's up to you guys to measure them on what you think, was it worth them?
It reads
But
like
we'll
this.
filter that
Yeah.
first before it comes.
So it reads like this, that we spent X dollars on this project. We had this many people turn out, this is the result. And then,
But it would be helpful to have, a set of eyes that can help us evaluate, what those numbers really mean.
And that's what I was.
Is it a good result? Is it a not so good result?
So
Or how can we do better? So.
Exactly,
Yeah.
So just, I'm saying yeah without saying what I mean. That's exactly right. It'll come to staff first. We'll sit down with the chamber staff, look at what the objectives are that were set out when we established a contract, were they met, were they not met, what was the result, what did that mean? Did that really turn into more hotel beds being utilized? What did that really, how did it really look in the end? And then saying, well, that worked or it didn't work, and come with some recommendations to staff, to council. So we're not gonna just give you the report, I'm using the word filter it, but we'll scrub the information first before we give it to you.
Great.
so what does it mean if promote tourism plan is on the medium category versus the low category? What's the difference if we move it over?
It's gonna mean, we will put more attention to that now, and very likely as we start to build the budget, it will not have additional dollars allocated to it. Because
Where it sits now, or moving it to low?
moving it to the low. And I don't know how that shakes out, but that's very likely what will happen.
So low, less likely to be funded.
Correct.
Medium, more likely to be funded.
And less
based
likely to
on
have
available
attention,
dollars.
staff attention as well.
It's like it on a move.
I feel like it was so important when we were struggling financially that we needed to invest here to help with our economic recovery. Even though this was my thing, I wouldn't be opposed to deprioritizing it, but not eliminating it. I don't know if there's any other discussion on that.
I just want to see, they run our visitors bureau, so there's a contribution that we'll make, and they do a better job at a visitors bureau than us bringing it in-house. So there's that fee, but with giving them a sizable amount of additional money, I'd like to see how that was best used, since we're coming at the end of that. So that's why I'm just putting it a little higher priority than low. I want to see where that is. And sometimes you don't see immediate results, but you can see them long-term. I want to know how our hotels have been doing. I mean, you have the anecdotal information. I want to see some real data on where those dollars went, how they were successful, on how we can determine how much gets put in there.
Yeah, and it would be nice to have a larger discussion about our economic development dollar. Like, is giving money to the chamber the only and best possible use, or are there other ways to spend the money to support the chamber's activities in another way? Just a broader discussion on our economic development dollar expenditures.
Yeah, and that's why I think it raises it up to a little higher than low.
Well, what we can do is somewhat modify what task, if you will, are under this item, and have it be not just what did the chamber do with the additional dollars, but sort of the bigger picture that Debbie's recommending. How is this the best way to utilize the dollars? Or is there another way to utilize the dollars in terms of economic development?
Well, and Mr. John Muller here, Honorable John Muller, brought up the issue earlier about the need for diversifying our economic base. Is that a fair way to describe what you were talking about? But not necessarily relying on hotel tourism, but maybe there are other things we could be doing to buffer ourselves against the boom and bust cycle.
Yeah, and I think part of that is we look at the populace going to our beaches. How do we keep them downtown? Or how do we get them downtown?
So it's also downtown revitalization.
They really, everyone is coming to the coast, they walk the trails, they use the services, and they drive right past Main Street going home.
Well, I'll make a comment on that, John.
Yeah.
Main Street controls so much of the charm of this community, but is one piece of a much bigger community. Right? It's all the charm is on Main Street, but there are beaches and we're much larger than that. So I think when we talked about economic development, it wasn't solely to get more activity on Main Street. I think maybe another way to think about it is how to increase overall utilization of the assets and resources in the community, including Main Street.
At least the ROI, for sure.
Yeah.
Be
And if
interesting
it's
to see how
economic
the food
development,
truck does up off
if
the
we get
beach.
more people on,
Yeah.
let me put it this way, if we get more people on Main Street, it doesn't, if it's about economics, it doesn't really change our economics. It's very minimal. The economics that we get as a city is really driven by hotel stays. And so if people are utilizing our entire community and Main Street is vibrant, the beaches are vibrant, people are having a great experience and they're talking about it, that will put more people in hotels, that will fund our city.
Yeah, well, I just think we need more legs on the stool so that it's, stable and resilient. So downtown's an important piece, the hotels are an important piece.
Agreed.
So we really can't afford to, let any one of those legs.
Yep.
So if the council is okay with leaving it here, we'll expand what is currently the case in terms of, I don't want to say simply, but the contract with the chamber and look at it in a little bit bigger picture in terms of what other stools are out there, or legs of the stool that are out there.
And I agree that the relationship with the chambers are really important, and we don't want to.
Yeah, we don't want to eliminate one, but we maybe need to add.
So you may want to retitle this one, instead of just tourism, make it economic development, something broader.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
And then there was a discussion earlier in the morning about occupancy of some of the properties downtown that might slide in.
That's
Yeah.
correct,
too.
that's correct.
There's a vacancy
That's
of
right.
buildings.
How do you encourage other businesses
Yeah,
to,
yeah.
or what is the missing thing for even what our residents can purchase in town? That's always a big question.
Right.
What is available for us to buy?
Well, Marina brings it up often, the mayor, that, we have no control over business hours either. You go crazy on a Monday holiday, that businesses aren't open on Main Street.
Exactly.
It's like, what are they thinking, we have no control over individual businesses, and they've missed the big sale day.
Do you guys have a business improvement district?
Yes.
Yes.
Just for the hotels,
Okay,
not
so
for the
it's not-
Main Street merchants do not have one at this time.
It's like herding cats.
Yeah, it's
Well,
been
that's
discussed
ours.
on a couple of different
Herding
occasions
cats
over
is
the
easy,
years.
actually.
Yeah.
Herding cats is easy.
There might be a structure there that you create to get them to operate together.
It's been difficult.
Okay, so on to Smith Field on the lower priority.
So on this
That's a big
one-
hunk of change.
This is a big hunk, yeah. So on this one, we deferred, the release of the RFP. Yes, in light of a measure that recently didn't pass.
That's Mission
Thank you.
Because we want to hear from you and how this competes. Again, we're talking about resources, people resources, limited people resources, limited dollars. So is this a high priority now, today, this year, perhaps next year or not? So we pulled back on it because it didn't make sense that the most recent estimate, which probably wasn't fully loaded, is over $8 million, and we know we don't have $8 million, so why put out an RFP that isn't going to be able to fund that? And talk about expectations and all that we talked about earlier, so that's the conversation.
When we own it now, there were improvements made for it, so it's, the activities that exist now are ongoing. You've got the dog parks expanded, the horseshoe people have their pits, and they've done a lot of work themselves, so there's a lot of that going on. I'm thinking it's low for right now, just because why expend plans for creating a plan for something that could be a much, much larger project going into $8 to $10 million.
Yeah, and somebody told me that the drainage alone was like $3 or $4 million.
Yeah,
Drainage and roof.
yeah. And so maybe for right now, our dollars could be spent elsewhere.
Or maybe, I don't know, there's been some private funders for some fairly big facilities that maybe.
And if that comes up, that certainly raises things to another category.
The Coca-Cola Smithfield?
Well, no, I did kind of along the same thinking here that Debbie was saying that, you know, this amazing future complex for Boys and Girls Club is coming to, you know, closure hopefully soon. Boy, and then maybe that effort could be shifted to Smithfield and have them control all of the athletic entertainment for the coastline.
Unless
See,
it could be a revenue source for the city.
Yeah, John, I'm not there at all.
Okay. Well,
But I think what I'm
I'm not
hearing is
giving our
that
stuff
there
away.
are, what I'm hearing is there are other options and possibilities that we need to explore and maybe not move forward with the original plan. And perhaps we could even, if in fact it stays on low, we could perhaps adjust this green to blue and adjust the calendar so we're not dealing with it necessarily this year. So it's not really on the this year low, it's on the next year low.
I think that makes sense.
I think it makes sense.
The
Yeah.
need for so you will hear 1,000 times in the next 4 years that our kids need more things to do, right? And we've got this big athletic field. We need more things for families to do. We get this big athletic field, but we don't have the financial resources today to make more of it. But I think it should stay on our list, but push it out because it's a need in our community.
Yeah, a little time, never know what might.
Maybe other
I heard
options.
Deborah Rodick commit to finding some private resources, so I'm looking forward to that. Thank you, Debbie, that's great.
well, I mean, you talk about income on sports facilities. Sunday, I went to the grandson's, whatever, flag football baloney, and there's hundreds of kids running around, but they're paying $300 a pop for this coordinator to run this program. I mean, that's some income, you know, for this individual, so.
Look at our soccer fields, John, every Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Maybe we should charge.
And that was
Off the
that was
record.
privately funded.
Off the record, yeah.
And that was privately funded, that,
I mean, it's just,
through the Boys and Girls Club.
and that's another example of, the city of Half Moon Bay has this facility. Everyone enjoys it, everyone complains about the road and the parking down to it, but yet we're the one funding it. You know, so that goes back to this whole community of Coastside.
And how do we tie that into economic development, for example? Okay.
Okay, that was a good discussion. So we leave that where it is. We've got some good things to look at as part of that. So then east-west access across the highway.
Is this part of the congestion thing too that allows for stoplights? Because obviously it's just stoplight, there's a cross to go east and west. So is
Right.
that part of that, the suggestion?
Right, what this is part of the circulation element, whereas before we talked about specific projects. These are projects too for the east-west connectivity, but haven't been funded or haven't been studied. There was just a general concern that we need to look at Highway 1 on a whole to figure out where we release some of the bottleneck traffic and eliminate some of the safety issues for pedestrians, bicyclists, so forth. So it's more of a kind of a catch-all, if you would say that. And then we would bring to you specific projects related to this category.
As they come along,
As they come along.
associated to that, okay.
I think that needs to be high priority. Maybe blended in with, highway traffic congestion. I hear from a lot of people that they're concerned about east-west access. I hear it a lot. I don't think low priority is appropriate for that, but I'm happy to be educated about that status.
How is that differentiated from Highway 1 congestion versus east-west access?
So the Highway 1 congestion, those are Measure A funded projects that we have $7 million to implement changes. This category are other safety improvements that have not been funded.
Nice, simple.
So it hasn't been funded yet.
Oh,
So does it
funded.
make, Could they combine those as two categories? Just have a funded and unfunded
Sure.
subcategory?
Sure. Sure.
Is that,
Sure. That makes sense.
I'm okay with that.
everybody on board with that?
As long as it's clear in the description.
So what would you like to call it? Traffic congestion?
Access
No.
is kind of its own thing.
No. Highway, how about Highway 1 safety, congestion, and access?
Safety and congestion
Mhm.
would deal with it.
Okay.
Because east-west access is safety.
Yeah.
That's great.
So safety and
Highway 1,
congestion.
safety and
Does
congestion.
it?
Yeah, that works, yeah.
Okay. All right. Then we've got stormwater permit fees. Is this different
John?
than the
No.
past?
It's not, it's a subset of
Of
MEDS, it's the same.
So actually, we were recommending combining
Yeah.
this one.
Yeah, so let's combine that with number 5 on the medium.
Yeah.
So is there any discussion that you have about that one?
You know, maybe we could give a council update on who pays that fee. I'm sure most don't.
Yeah, I don't
understand,
know it.
You know,
Yeah, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
yeah. Or how
Yeah.
much revenue we do derive from that
Mhm.
fee.
And it's one of those things that you don't necessarily pay attention to
Unless you have to pay it.
unless you have to pay it. Then all of a sudden, what the heck's this for?
Right.
And so, these should both stay under medium?
That should go both.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, what do we got next there?
I'm sorry, Measure J.
Measure J implementation.
That's an ongoing effort. We will keep that going until the Measure J monies, we no longer collect them, and then once we've expended them all, because we have the oversight committee as well, and this is reporting back that information.
And with the excess, so we have X amount allocated, and then it's been a banner year, so there could be excess funds. So
Correct.
that will come back to us during the budget.
Yes, we'll
With
bring
you
that
now
back,
have
we'll
X
bring that
amount.
back with the capital, because those monies have been used for capital projects,
Got
because they're
it.
one-time dollars and not ongoing dollars.
Got it.
So we'll bring that back with the capital budget.
Okay.
Okay, so that stays where it is?
And the last two are completed.
Wow.
Yeah.
You don't hear that very often.
Okay, so then we've got a page here about additional projects. We've got skate park, a bridge, and the ditch.
And then we also have this Cabrillo Highway Properties that had the little star.
Oh, yes. We were gonna come back to that.
Yeah, if Deborah feels comfortable just dealing with that on the general plan, I have no issue with that.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
General plan
Oh,
update,
yeah.
or keep them separate, or,
Yeah,
Keep them separate, good?
that's fine.
Okay.
I'm good with that. I think the question was, do we move Cabrillo Highway, do we leave it under high, or do we move it to medium?
Yeah.
Yes, that was the question.
And one idea might be to move Cabrillo Highway properties to medium, and even though the Kehoe ditch water course item is already on the CIP, to elevate that to the strategic plan. This as a point of discussion.
Mhm. But that doesn't lessen the importance of Pillar Cedars Bridge or the skate park? I mean.
Well, they're done. Well, they're already funded and charging ahead,
And
right?
they're just work that is on.
Skate park's gonna happen, we
No.
funded.
I'm hearing no.
So they're not done.
Well, I'm sorry.
So funding is there for the skate park. It will take some effort, and I think that one's
Yeah, it's
close
not,
to done, if you
it's
will.
not constructed.
It's the Pillar Cedars Creek is taking lots.
Staff resources.
lots
Oh,
of time, 'cause
oh,
it's just bazillion hours.
Oh, okay, well, there you go.
and what about the Seymour Bridge? Should that be elevated as well? I don't know what the status is.
It's,
Good
It is part of the one-year CIP for this year, and staff has been working on it, providing studies. But if you wanted to elevate it, it's council decision.
Seymour, S-E-Y-M-O-U-R-E.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, there's even potential for relocation of that
Yes.
Right, yeah,
bridge.
right,
Or you just go inland.
correct.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We can't
Just
continue to
walk in.
pour money into a ditch.
This is hard. If we only had more money.
I know. We go back to throwing planks over it like we did when I was 14. Or,
My kids were little.
yeah.
So I would recommend Pillars Creek Bridge for sure on the
Aye.
high, and should be on a strategic plan, because it really is taking a great deal of staff
Yeah.
energy and time.
That's a good point.
All right, everybody on board with that?
For sure.
Do we have categories of importance for the other three that are up there on the additions? Skate park, is that a high, medium, or low?
So skate park, so I guess I don't know, because by the time we talk about this again, skate park, it's like it's funded, is there anything not approved for it?
So,
Go ahead.
it'll be going to the planning commission, hopefully within the next couple of months. The architects are just finishing up some of the comments that our planning department put forward. They're just taking care of those. And then it would be going before the planning commission and then to you guys thereafter. So hopefully within this calendar year, there'll be a new skate park.
So in terms of staff effort, low, medium, or high?
Well, we still got to oversee. Dante, what do you think? Because it gets into your area.
I think it's medium. There's still quite a bit of staff oversight and effort.
Then I would advocate for putting it in medium so it's on the radar.
And you know, and quite frankly, what this means, true, and for staff, and the direction that we need is, as we get competing interests, as we get competing issues for our time, we're gonna look at this list and say, this is important. So we may have to defer this other item, this other project, or this other whatever. Skate park, we need to make sure it happens. So that's what I'm looking for in terms of direction.
And then similarly, I would then advocate adding Keto dips to high. Because clearly that is going to be a lot of effort regardless of what we. Is there consensus on that?
Yeah, no matter what way you go, that's obviously, I think those three things have to be done.
All right.
And the Seymour Bridge, I see it more as a kind of watch, on the watch list right now.
Well, we're doing studies right now. And then the thought was to come in the next fiscal year and with the recommendation of what to do.
And it's in our CIP plan now, did you
Yes,
say?
it is.
So you'll have another bite at this apple, if you will, via the CIP plan.
Okay.
You know, on the Kehoe ditch, again, I definitely realize the seriousness of it. That was mentioned to Debbie earlier this morning. I mean, relocating waterways is definitely a long, hugely drawn-out process. We're dealing with it as a regional board constantly, where developers are just trying to relocate a little bit of a waterway. It's not gonna happen overnight. I mean, it needs to start the process, but I would say it's gonna take a minimum of 4 or 5 years, in my opinion.
And I think our interest is to be able to get to the point where we can make the recommendations to the council.
Of what
Of what to
direction.
do and understand, be able to present the information in such a way that cost and time,
Yeah.
regulatory nature for each of those, and then have the council make a decision.
And property ownership, who owns
Property ownership, and
property.
there are other property rights.
Permissions,
There's actually,
you
it's
know.
more than just those things I named, you're right.
Where do you divert the water to?
Correct.
Okay, so Seymour ends up where?
I think it sounds like it stays on the CIP, it's on the CIP plan,
Yeah.
so it'll come back to the council via the CIP plan. It sounds like, I saw nodding heads that that might be okay.
All right, so it's not part of the strategic plan?
No, it sounds like no.
Okay.
Can these things always be, if not presented together, just always joined together? So even if we're talking about strategic plan, there's always the CIP is part of it, because it can be confusing to talk about one and just not keep the other in mind, right? I get that they're distinctly separate, but we still have to manage the whole pie. One thing that's not here anywhere, and if I just kind of, at 10,000 feet, looked over Half Moon Bay, are there other priority areas that we should consider on a strategic plan? One that comes to mind is the beach access, competing for beach access with horses out there to Poplar. So there's no short-term solution there. It's just rift with problems and trouble, but at the end of the day, children and families and horses are going down the same slippery slope to access the beach, and we own it, and we know we own it. And I think it's incumbent upon us to be thoughtful about what we do with that, because somebody could get hurt, a horse could trip on a child, and then we have horse liability. The child could get hurt in that interaction. There's all kinds of things, but I think that needs to be on our radar. And conversely, we have Coastal Commission approval for beach access at, what's the name escapes me.
At the end of Redondo.
I'm sorry, I think at the end of Redondo.
The Ocean Colony monies, and
Yeah,
there's
so-
some conservancy money
Right.
from that could be potential. They're interested in helping with beach access to Poplar.
Well, have you been out there recently to see the trail down to Poplar Beach that the horses use? The erosion is really incredible, the recent erosion is pretty seriously bad.
Oh, wow, okay.
So it needs, I think,
Talk about MPDS.
yeah.
I think there's the so NPDS, DS, I think liability for the city is an issue, for our deputy city attorney, your ears should be ringing for that. And then, of course, safety and then just community access. We want people to have access to the beach, right?
Yeah, and that's pretty seriously impacted recently, so.
What if we, staff, as they say, if you have nothing else to do, schedule a meeting? I'm curious of the future plans of the horse rental properties. Are they here to stay? Do they own that property? You know, maybe staff could schedule a meeting with them if that's possible, just to see what their plans are. Are they committed to stay here for the next 20 years, or we?
I think they are.
Yeah, I don't, I'm sorry, I don't know.
I didn't ask that, I've met with her. I did not ask that question very directly, or that directly, but based on our conversation, she's very much here to stay.
They're here to stay, okay.
Do they have a use permit with the city?
They have a business license.
A business, not a use permit.
But there's also an agreement actually between the city and I believe it's Seahorse Ranch, right? That's the one we're talking about. Yeah, there is an agreement. There's a contract between the city and them in order to.
I'm just wondering whether there's a point of leverage where we might, for instance, get them to make the repair down at Poplar Beach or something like that.
I think that's fair to consider, as well as, I don't recall what the city's getting through that agreement. I recall it being that much.
It's just a fee. It's not much at all. But also as part of that agreement, they're supposed to be cleaning up the horse manure as well.
Yeah, we tried.
Is there a sunset date in that agreement?
I'm sorry.
A sunset date?
I believe there is some date that agreement ends. I'd have to pull it back up and see.
We made that about 3-4 years ago, and they were to clean up, and the fees were implemented, we started collecting things.
It's not a real long-term agreement.
Martha, is this
That's good to know.
Can we revisit this agreement, just kind of, maybe we don't have to do today?
Yeah, but yeah.
Maybe bring it back up and we can look at it, see where is it, how long does it last, what is the city getting?
Yeah.
Are there other broader issues impacted today? And just sort of get an update on that at some point?
So Rick, what's a good time?
Thank you.
That would be, I don't want to say the word horses on the beach, because last time there were horses on the beach meetings, there were like 300 people with big belt buckles and tall hats, but passionate, and I totally feel their passion.
So perhaps what I could start with, and we don't have to do this right now, but I can, as I meet with each of you, I can share that agreement with you, we can just go over
Perfect.
it
I think that's
one,
good.
and then we can decide if it needs elevated attention.
Good.
And then Rick, you raised a good item is that Seahorse Ranch isn't the only horses on the beach, using
Right.
using that access and that trail down there too. That's another thing that the public, anyone can bring their horse out here.
Yeah, I see it, I see horses going.
And people
by.
do.
Yeah.
People do, that's why we have the parking lot with trailers. That's why people
honestly,
can enjoy that.
Any other issues that should be
Sidewalks.
added? Sidewalks?
Sidewalk liability, big one. I picked up a woman 2 days ago who tripped on the sidewalk downtown. In the same block that City Hall's on. So we need to have a discussion about whether or not the city continues to assume liability, or whether whether the property owner continues to assume liability, or whether the city can take that on, and what the implications are.
Well, and whether or not a sharing agreement is appropriate for either liability or
Yeah,
maintenance and repair.
right.
And maybe look at the whole sidewalk issue. I mean, we have people that don't want sidewalks at all, are adamant against it. I mean, I think we experienced some of that even we found funding for the top of Kelly Avenue, and that was to facilitate a little cleaner walking distance to the school. And people fought us about that, of
Yes.
having a sidewalk. So maybe it's like the whole sidewalk situation.
And maybe we look at whether or not, sidewalks are the answer, or maybe grassy swales. A lot of communities are looking at non-asphalt alternatives. Of course, that affects the pedestrian, traffic.
Yeah. Some people don't want sidewalks, they want to park up there, some people do. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a topical dialogue.
So,
Yes.
Other items? Go ahead.
am I hearing that sidewalk liability is elevated to going onto the strategic plan?
Or
I
is
think
it,
it's-
or is it a discussion item?
Or is it a discussion item, sort of an informational item, and then we can decide whether it goes to strategic plan?
You mean at a regular council
At a
meeting?
regular council meeting, or, how
Like with more information
More
about
information,
Maybe
okay,
maybe
so
it warrants a
maybe-
study session.
maybe we're just a session.
Maybe it warrants a study
Great
study
session.
idea.
session, yeah.
As long as we, get some traction on the issue.
We can't get too much traction.
Double trip and fall.
If there's no sidewalk, you can't get to it.
Notice how much we traction.
Well, and, again, with Councilman Penrose, you have to look at the carrier or insurance rates. It's not just simply fixing
Oh,
sidewalks.
no,
Yeah.
no, I know it.
Yeah,
It's
we
very
have-
complex.
And I
State
will,
law.
I will just advocate that, on my skin. Even though it's not on the strategic plan, this is it's a big task to organize this information and bring it forward, so it won't happen probably in the next 6 months. I mean, it's gonna have to go out of it, you just don't have the capacity to bring that forward to you now. It's a big deal.
Well, I think the workshop idea is good.
Yeah.
At least,
Mhm.
how we.
Get a start and see where we can
Does that
go.
work for you, Deborah?
Yeah, I think a study
We can
group,
certainly do that.
workshop, whatever you wanna call it,
Yeah, great.
is a
And
great
then
idea.
just the beach access, are we just leaving that, starting with the agreement with the Seahorse Ranch, or is that a separate item? I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
I was thinking more of stairs at Poplar, and maybe that's the difference. The stairs are different than the pathway going down, because there may be some funding through the Coastal Conservancy. I think we still have the issue, there's funds for stairs at Redondo Beach that nobody wants, that, if that can or can't get moved over to Poplar Beach.
Yeah, it seems to me that you need to, it's just a suggestion, that we look at stairs at Redondo Beach in conjunction with, like, parking improvements, because right now it's pretty ratty down there altogether. They have nice stairs and not very good,
So is that to a study session, or is that a strategic plan item? And then
So
the access at Poplar, are they married or are they separate?
Okay, so I think issues with Poplar warrant elevation to the strategic plan, because I think it's a foregone conclusion that something has to be done. I think it's just dangerous. So I think it should go on the strategic plan, and even if the first thing we do is a study session about it, or an update on it, I think it's it's gotta be, start on the road for eventually something has to get done there.
So stairs at Poplar Beach, so you've got, so that's, like, I'm hearing anything from $300,000 to $400,000 to do, and that's, you go through every regulatory agency to do that. So it's not an easy, just, oh, we got money, let's put stairs.
I totally understand, I just want to study it, so well, I'm calling it beach access, because there's stairs, and there's horses, and
Right.
I think it's a complex thing.
I think it's very complex, and it could be like really huge, more than stairs.
Yes.
Yeah, you could have stairs and you could have like a winding walkway, and you could have multiple ways down.
Ropes.
Ropes, yeah.
I
You
think there's,
could-
I think there also
Parachutes.
potential
That's a moneymaker.
development
Yeah.
agreement that Ocean Colony Partners had with a number of agencies regarding stairs at Redondo Beach. There might be funds locked up somewhere for that could be relocated.
We can look at all of
Yeah,
that,
I
but it
don't know.
sounds like.
And
I remember
I
hearing
agree with
something
you
about
guys.
that.
I think the commission would be willing to do improved access as opposed to.
Adding new
Redondo.
one.
Yeah.
Redondo, we don't own the properties, that's the key. There's a lot of private property owners in there, I believe.
Right,
Might be
yes.
one of them here.
And that's the point I'm making. The dollars added to there at one time, we were not. There was an effort many years ago to move those dollars over, and we were stopped. So,
Really?
and that's, otherwise, we could have done something with Poplar Beach stairs sooner, but that was just, the conundrum. There's money half a mile away, and we don't want it there. Here's where we really want it.
Mhm.
So
You're right.
maybe revisiting that conversation with the Coastal Commission.
So it
Okay.
sounds like it goes on strategic
All
plan,
right.
and then help us decide which of those two on the wall you'd like to put it on. How's that for a very unsubtle hint?
Medium.
Low or medium?
Medium. I'm sorry, I'm just saying a word with no verbs. I think it should go in medium, because I think the risk to individuals in the community makes it pretty important.
Is that manageable for staff?
I think so.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
There it is.
Thank you for asking.
Okay, any other items, or do we do it? Yes?
The city's website.
There should be budget for that, I think there's $25,000.
Really? Is there something wrong with that?
Yeah, we do have some money on there. It is on our CIP plan.
Okay.
I'm hoping that we will put some attention to it after the new year. We've got someone new on board in terms of our communications that
Good.
hasn't done much yet, but we got him just on board. And yes, on the top of my list too. So I can't find things that I'm looking for.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And the only other thing I would throw out there is perhaps reviewing our Public Records Act system, about how we handle them and whether there's a formal process. And I think that it would be good to, if we don't have a formal process, to have one and communicate that to the public so that people's expectations are appropriately set about how it works, and so they're not feeling like, oh, I'm being stonewalled or.
We do have one and we're happy to share that.
Yeah, I think that's mainly it.
I'd like to hear from the deputy city attorney too, to kind of get a background of other clients that, how do they deal with an overload of public requests for staff time?
Yeah, it's across the board. We're dealing with it in the city of Santa Cruz. The police department especially, after all of the recent news, people thinking that they can contact the police department directly, and some of that staff being unaware of city policies and trying to respond on their own, and we try to funnel things through at least one contact person in the city clerk's office. So each agency in each city sort of, they may have policies that are enacted but aren't followed, and vice versa. But if we do have a process, it's best that everybody knows about the process and everybody follows that process. And
Happy to do that.
Just communicating that would solve a lot of problems, I think.
How many requests did we get last year?
I think we finally, for 2014, ended up, the ones that I categorize as complex So not just somebody saying, can I get a copy of the materials from the meeting, but ones that require staff time and getting stuff from off-site and all that, we had about 100 separate ones.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Yeah.
And how many overall?
It feels like a lot.
And so that's 100 that were complex?
Yeah, about 100. I'd need to pull the log, but roughly that. And that doesn't account for, like I said, just the over-the-counter, you know, I'd like to see your agenda, or, you know, that kind of stuff.
What's your
Ones
experience,
that- Yeah.
Doing research,
Oh, well, for this size of community, that sounds like a lot to me.
it's humongous.
But it does fluctuate depending on
Right,
issues, as
yeah.
it is.
In an
That's
election
why
year, I would
said-
expect there being more.
Yeah,
Sure.
exactly, yeah. But, you know, you have to respond to that stuff within a certain period of time, so it's kind of like a drop everything. It's very disruptive to the
Unfunded
staff.
mandate.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
And you talk about high priorities and all that, high priority project just stops while staff responds.
Yeah, what about a discussion about increasing staff members?
I think
That you have that under organizational and operational analysis.
That was under organization.
There's
That's
gonna be
our
a
high.
there's gonna be a discussion about whether and how many
budget-wise.
and budget, all of that we can do, okay.
We'll bring that through the budget. If you are giving me permission to perhaps provide some options, I'm not gonna recommend going down, so,
Right.
I mean.
That's we threw all this at you.
Hear that.
But we can, I'm happy to bring that to
Yeah.
a little more,
Yeah, we're not.
I'm happy to do that, yeah.
So with those options, I'd like them to include different sources. So we can have a discussion of, should a position be a full-time employee, or could the position be a contract?
Yeah,
employee?
different arrangements, employment arrangements.
Right.
Yeah, I think we've got that. Because we changed organizational analysis to organization and operational
Correct.
analysis.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah, happy to do that.
Okay, you pretty much handle this part of it? All right, you're on the home stretch. Oh,
I just want to make sure, these two things are just discussion items.
I've got those, are discussion items, yes, I do have those. And the CIP, the website is on the CIP. Thank you for asking.
all right, we need a 5-minute break, and then we'll wrap up. We're almost done.
Good, 12 minutes, gonna get you on the road.
So skip the next
I'm gonna run right into railroad tracks if I leave
But once you,
in a half an hour.
Oh, true.
You gotta know if you went to private, whether you're writing.
Well, one thing that I
It's-
saw-
And we'll be bridge
I want to know if you went to private, they have to hold it there, printing and writing, you know, really great.
No, I went to General Public.
Where are you from?
Rolling and then.
Oh, okay.
So,
Buddy, John McKelly.
What?
And that way.
Buddy, it's John McKelly.
Who's that? What does he do?
Unless things change for the next 5 years,
okay.
these are all things that could happen.
There's lots of.
And also what it does is looking for council.
Come on, these.
Oh, okay. I don't know if you ever decided.
You're right, when I'm up and about.
to get together.
Yeah, that's.
We gotta start
You want to give me a call?
Middle of Idaho.
It's true. You know, we know our good stuff.
But yes.
You got ways to say
So that everybody.
And I think also with the
Everyone seems to have an opinion. I'm really.
So how would you? And basically what I do is I take care of the section two, right? And what I do, for example, is for a project, for example, that's funded and unfunded, I stage it so you have, phase one is funded, and this part, and then phase two is over here in the next section. And there's like, it's just like you have the rest of it. There's a master list of unfunded projects, and then you have all the projects on the extension rate. And it's interesting because there's no places. People say, oh, that's unfunded.
Caroline always orders a little packet of
maybe as you're developing the next budget, we should do that. The next step, I think, is having a CIP, because they will provide additional flexibility. It is how you once they're alive, then $75 million, it's over. Look at it, there it is. As people will say, well, that's the fun, and they say, wow. Yeah, those don't exactly, and then they know once they change.
My time was 6 years ago. Good, and I know you're great.
And there's also, I think, where they very interesting dynamics happen with the things like getting on oh my God, this is great.
Yeah. I mean, clearly only one single customer.
Right. Well, actually, that's something else I mentioned as well. Because earlier today, we had a discussion. I was surprised when I saw that not only did they do a study in 10 years, but also did do a cost allocation. And I said, what I'm going to do is staff this all in the ocean, and then I have a side more just so that, I haven't talked to them yet, but my experience is that you are at home.
Yeah, really. Oh, no, that's your house.
I think you guys can try 4 years to get it.
Longer than that, they were charging $30 an hour. Either not very good or I was shocked. It was like, it's up to that. So actually,
Now we gotta go back to your meeting. Good, thank you. So long.
Okay, we're on the final stretch here, just a few more minutes. So I put an evaluation format in front of you. What I'd like to do is, as a group, just share the first question. So best thing that you think happened today, or the most valuable thing that you happened today, if you could just throw that out, we'll put it up on the board. The rest of it you can fill out on your own after we finish this first part. So, most valuable thing?
I think it's just being able to have an informal discussion with the team. Be able to talk more than, a couple of minutes on something and go through and just, it helps it feels more like a nice working session with everyone. So I appreciated that and appreciated hearing from other people on what's important to them.
Okay.
Couldn't have said it better, I think,
All
yeah.
right, so ditto on that.
And I think it was, you know, whenever you do an offsite or whatever you want to call it, strategic plan, you know, there's always comments and questions from the public, but like there's a hidden agenda. But I think it was an opportunity for all of us to be more frank with each other than we probably have been, because we haven't been in an informal setting. You know, you still have votes to make, and you still have different feelings and opinions on how you're going to vote. But I think that was very important. And I think, you know, from the professional standpoint of view, I think your experience as a city manager and working with public agencies, I think was very important. You know, not a big highfalutin bullshit session about all your expertise and who your clients are. I think that's very important for us to have a person that has that municipal government experience, because that's what we're dealing with. And I'm sure staff feels the same way too, I hope.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel it's been extremely valuable for me. I feel like John and Debbie both just said, I feel like I'm more a part of a team. And I feel like the council and the staff, I feel more integrated with everyone in this room is part of a team. I would like to do it more than once a year. I don't know how we could work that. It wouldn't have to be this particular format, but I like the idea of having a moderator. And I think you've done a great job moderating.
Yes.
And would like to see a moderator, and it might even be important to do it maybe halfway through the year or maybe at the end of the year, especially if it's not an election year, where we could review how we've worked together and how we might improve whatever didn't go well.
I didn't realize you were waiting for me. So the forming and team building was most valuable for me, as well as the content you shared, the process to communication styles. You did an excellent job facilitating, and it was very effective. But I, was able to. I think our new council was starting to get to know each other, and that was effective.
Okay, staff, any comments?
Well, I'm just thrilled. I'm so pleased that you spent the time to be here. I'm thrilled that all of us could listen and watch, and I think, Deborah, you said, why is everybody taking notes? Because we want to know how to communicate with you. We want to know how to communicate with each of you as individuals, because you are individual people, although you are a body. So this is really helpful for us. I feel more a part of this team as well. I think I can speak on behalf of all of us. We all feel more a part of a team, and these types of meetings do go a long, long way. And we got some nice direction, nice conversation. The conversation is also helpful because it helps us, especially me who's here not so long, understand what the importance of each one, because these are nice words, but what does it mean to each of you and how do we move it forward? So it's real helpful, so thank you. And I'd like to thank the two of you because you guys have done a really nice job.
Yes, thank you, very nice.
Other staff comments? Good? Okay, so if you could, if you don't mind, just filling out the rest of it. It doesn't have to be long, and most of us just circling the last couple of questions. So I just wanted to say to you in conclusion that I've really enjoyed very much working with you today, and I feel very positive about you as a group, as a team. I see a lot of very good communication. We've got a great community here, so enjoy working with each other and building on it. It's you're very lucky to have both the community and the individuals here that are involved in it. So thank you.
Thanks for your help.
Exactly. So we'll be adjourned after you finish with that.
She's still lost.
Medium.
thank you, Carrie, for attending.
Thank
Thank you,
Very
cameraman. Everybody really impressed me, and it's great to see you all hard at work, and I'm very encouraged. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Happy New
Back to your office.
And then what I typically do,
Very
I
nice.
consult and show, current
So, it doesn't make much
what would
sense.
full recovery be, what's the recommendation, and then have the council see their principles. Map those and say, okay, well, we were thinking on developing 100%, 500%, how do we phase that in, and step it up or whatever. And,
Maybe.
that's kind of how I would. It seems to be much better than just making it a numbers exercise. And then also, I'm assuming.
It's all one.
That's what for me it has.
It's all one.
For me, it's hard.
Yeah, like guessing.
There is no
The technology, it's all.
There's no such thing.
Yeah, it's like you said, they should have poured it come out. It is possible.
Yeah, my
Typically, you start doing part of the project. I also try to recommend here the notion of, once you have this, and one of these studies are reviewed by you don't get it. And B, in the office, and I know I I don't know, but I think there's something about the something you do a lot over 10 years without really and the other thing is, and in fact, couple of positions for the days of it. And they had a lunch program, so I did that study. Here's the cost allocation. Here's the money we're pulling on line fund pool. Let's sign here. Here's and now we're right here. So the cost of savings station is the wait, in fact, it was gosh, you got a sales tax audit. I said,
I was thinking that when I saw you could go, like, what if we could bring it and sneak in there? Yeah. But that's okay. It's not, they were accurate about it. Oh, yeah, they were very good.
More so than usually.